Good morning. I will now call to order this meeting of the Moore County Board of Education. This is a special called meeting. It is Thursday, November 4th, and we are all present and accounted for. So I will at this time entertain a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
So move.
Second.
A motion by Mr. Dennison, second by Ms. Thompson. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. I ask you to join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. And I would now ask Ms. Thompson to lead us in a moment of silence.
Everyone, please join me in a moment of silence at this time, please. Thank you.
Thank you. We have only one item on the agenda today, and that is the Moore County School Strategic Plan status update. So, Dr. Grimacy, would you like to lead us off?
Madam Chair, just a brief opening at this point, because a lot of other people have done a lot of work to provide the board with helpful information this morning for the board to fulfill one of its most basic responsibilities. First and foremost, you set policy, you approve the annual budget, you hire a superintendent, and you oversee the strategic objectives of the school district. There may be some others that I'm leaving out, but those are the four most important functions of a school board. And so with that, as Dr. Locklear will lay out, we have established a process by which the board in the fall of the odd-numbered year receives from the senior staff as comprehensive as possible look at the school district status relative to those strategic objectives. Today is the day in which the staff presents that for the board to consider, to ask questions, to offer some preliminary perspective on those. Today is not the day where you feel like you got to get all your work done, because it's in the late winter and early spring of the even-numbered year that then you take your considerations from this point forward and revisit the strategic plan and make determinations of how you want to change that. So with that, I've already started to encroach on Dr. Locklear's opening presentation, but I thought that it would be incumbent upon me to offer that introduction. I do, however, before you start, Tim, want to thank in advance all of the staff members who have contributed to today, because this has been, this is always a process that involves not just the people that are presenting, but the people that have contributed. So with that, I'll turn it over to you and the team, and look forward to servicing the board as we go throughout the day.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Dr. Grimacy, Madam Chair, board members, and thank you for starting off there, ending with a thank you to the team.
One last housekeeping item.
Yes, sir.
Remind everybody to please get as close to your mics as possible when you're talking. That would be presenters and board members as well. Try to be mindful of your microphone. Get it as close to your mouth as possible. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Even someone who's as loud as me needs to lean in on the microphone. But again, thank you to our staff, our various teams, the senior staff and their teams who've contributed on building these status updates for the board. A lot of time and effort went into that, and we certainly appreciate those efforts. Our teams, the senior staff and their team members are going to be part of presenting these updates to you today. But before we jump right into those updates, I wanted to do a brief strategic plan overview and take a little bit of review of the history of the development of the strategic plan that we're currently working here in the school district. And so the first thing we wanted to look at is just talk a little bit about the history of the development of the current strategic plan. This was a collaborative effort that took place involving all stakeholders, the board, the community, our advisory councils, parents. There were a variety of ways that we involved all stakeholders in developing this plan, and we did that throughout the entire 2017-18 school year. Several surveys and input meetings took place with stakeholder groups, were held with groups in order to gather that input and develop several drafts of that strategic plan that eventually was approved by the school board in 2018. It's a very brief look at that process. In the fall of 2017, there was an online feedback portal that was out for our public to give us some feedback on the former strategic plan, known as Growing to Greatness, that had gotten out of date, and what was some strengths of that plan that the public still thought we should carry through in the next strategic plan, and what were some things that they felt we should drop, that we should delete, and no longer were a priority for our community and for our board. And we took that input and developed a first draft and brought that to the school board and had a school board retreat, a day-long session where we looked at that draft and got input and revised it, and then took the next draft out to the public in January to March of 2018, and we met with our advisory groups. We got feedback sessions from them, the teacher advisory, our parent advisory councils, our Hispanic community, our African American community advisory councils, our student advisory councils. We met our support staff advisory councils. We met with those advisory councils and got feedback on that draft, brought a third draft out to the school board for their review and to post out to the public for their feedback in May of 2018, and then brought that final draft back in June of 2018. That was presented to the school board, and they did endorse the strategic plan moving forward. And so it was a very deliberate process. It was a very community-driven and stakeholder-driven process to develop where we landed with the board's current strategic plan. Now, that plan included a revised mission, vision, core beliefs, and domains of focus intended to take the board through at least the next 3 years. But also, when we set that plan in motion, under Dr. Grimmis's leadership, we also set a plan for bringing continual progress updates to the board. As Dr. Grimmis already noted, in each odd-numbered year, 2021, bringing these updates to you, we bring updates, status updates to the board, and then in the even-number years, we'd look at are there any needed revisions to the strategic plan, something that needs to be revised, updated, and then eventually endorsed by the board as we go forward over the next 2 years. And so that continual process check of working the plan was set up. You've probably heard me say before, when you talk about strategic plans or school improvement plans, you first plan the work, and then you work the plan. Put that in motion and monitor it, and that is what we put together here under Dr. Grimmis's leadership. The mission that was in that revised strategic plan, Moore County Schools creates a supportive, engaging, and safe learning environment that builds knowledge, skills, and abilities needed for future success. That's the Moore County Schools mission. The vision that was set forth in that strategic plan, Moore County Schools will ensure that educational experiences inspire students to reach their full potential and lead productive lives in an ever-changing world. The core beliefs that are part of this strategic plan and part of our district, we believe successful schools are essential for thriving communities, and that every student can learn and succeed regardless of socioeconomic status, race, and ethnicity, that all staff are empowered to meet the diverse learning needs of all our students, that resources are provided so students and staff of all backgrounds and abilities can be successful, that students should come to school and feel safe, secure, and cared for, that we are a partnership with students, parents, and community, and we are accountable for the education of our students. You also have seen this tagline, and this tagline of engage, inspire, succeed was driven from our mission and our vision. And it didn't just, it got pulled from the input from our stakeholders. When we developed, the board developed those missions and visions and approved them, we reached back out to our stakeholders and asked what words in our mission and our vision are powerful. What words from the mission and vision speak to you about our work and our mission and what we're aspiring to with our vision? And it was quite dramatic that a lot of folks through a DOT activity really focused in on those words of engage, inspire, and success. And so that's where our tagline for Moore County Schools comes from our mission and our vision. That we're about engaging our students, inspiring them to be successful in multiple ways as they move on to be citizens here in our state and our nation. The structure of the plan that was put together. Strategic plan highlights 5 domains of focus, which you'll get updates on each of these from the senior team and their respective teams today. Academic achievement, student safety, health and welfare, employee culture and capacity, parent and community engagement, and organizational capacity and efficiency. And so as noted earlier, we plan to work, how have we been working the plan? How have we been working the strategic plan? First, district leadership integrates the domains, the objectives, and strategies into its development of its own leadership priorities. And that drives each department's work. It's part of our own goals that we set for ourselves to grow each year, and we're evaluated on. And so that drives our work. The focus of the district strategic plan is also reflected in the individual school improvement plans. And we've worked the plan through bringing progress updates, including connected key outcomes, to the school board. Did that last, as noted, in October 2019 through January 2020, and then brought minor revisions that the board approved in July 2020. And that was delayed a bit with the incoming COVID-19 pandemic. So that's why that got a little behind our normal schedule. And as we are doing today, future progress updates are being brought to you, and potential revisions may follow. So what will you see today? Today, you'll get an overview of these domains and objectives. We'll define key terms or concepts of how Moore County Schools defines these words that may have multiple meanings to different people, but how do our staff define this work in these terms? We'll bring significant progress to you that we've had since the last time we brought these updates to the board. We'll report out on measurable outcomes. Some of these are outcomes we're very proud of outcomes we have great pride in. But there's also some of these outcomes that we know indicate significant work is still to be done. And we embrace that, and we're passionate about that. And so we'll connect our continued work that we're going to be moving forward with and focusing on to what we know we need to accomplish and continue to drive improvement with our students and our staff and our district. And so I'll pause here to see if there's any questions, clarifying questions before we jump right into the first domain.
Mr. Levy?
Yes. I mean, I've looked through the presentation and the like, and what I see are, I mean, you say plan the work and work the plan, but what I don't see, and what I really want to hear today, is where will this strategic plan take us, and what are our goals? Now, there are 3 pieces of data which are in the strategic plan, and only 3. One is happiness of the students that's measured somehow. The other is graduation rates, and the other is student grade level achievement, GLA. And what we're in the business of is creating grade level achievement. So what I want to know is, if this strategic plan is implemented, where will our grade level achievement be? Next year? The year after that? What is our goal? And how does this plan get to our goal? Because, I mean, I see engage, inspire, like, it's nice, it's platitude, you know, but we need to know with this presentation what our targets are. And if our plan did not meet the target, how should the plan be changed to meet the target? The one thing I didn't see in here were, from 2018 to today, what were the targets? How did we meet them? How does the plan help us to meet these targets? Has these particular planks in the plan been used elsewhere in other school systems? And have they met their targets? That's what I would hope to hear, because we have to look, everything has to be focused on education and excellence in education and the measuring of excellence in education. And that's how I hope that you'll explain how this plan creates that.
I would suggest at this time we hold questions like that and let's see if we get the explanation. And if you don't, then that might be the time for questions. But I also mentioned, with goals, if you go back and look at all the school improvement plans, that's what they are about. Those are your individual schools setting those goals, and you get regular reports on this on a yearly basis as to whether they're meeting those goals. So dig deeper into the school improvement plans and look, and I think you'll see every school can't have the same goal because it's not what they need at each individual school, and they have set those goals and are working toward them. All those are under the umbrella of our county-wide strategic plan. So let's see the details now as we go along.
And let's see what the goals are, because I looked through the presentation. I didn't see the goals, and I didn't see whether they were met or not. I saw what happened, but I didn't see, in 2018, we set a goal of GLA of 55%. We met that goal. We didn't meet that goal. That's what I want to hear. And maybe
All right, let's move on to it then, Dr. Locklear.
Yes, ma'am. And I would note that we will be updating each domain, and as noted, measurable outcomes, and also note that we can certainly come back with additional information if needed at a later time as well. But as we move into domain 1, got some great folks joining us for that update. Joining with me, domain 1 academic achievement, Mike Metcalf, our executive officer for academics and student support services, and you've all met Ms. Donna Gephardt, our director for curriculum instruction, her assistant director, Elizabeth Madian, and also you've met before Kate Fall, our director for planning, accountability, and research. And they're going to be the primary presenters and of the information in domain 1 and focus on academic achievement. And they're going to define some key terms, as we noted. They're going to talk about the areas that we've had significant progress since we've last updated the board on the work. They're also going to look at those measurable outcomes. Some are worth celebrating. Some indicate areas of significant need of improvement that we're driving towards, and you're going to hear from them where our continued work is driving that. And then, of course, we'll wrap up and see if there's any questions. So I'll turn it right over to Ms. Gephardt to go ahead and start leading us through this update.
Thank you, Dr. Locklear. Good morning, everyone. As we start looking at domain 1, you will see that we have 3 objectives under our academic achievement domain. I will point out that we are very focused on the work of improving academic achievement in Moore County schools. You will hear some things consistently repeated because of our focus and interconnectedness of the work we do. So as we go through this, I want you to really see that we are very focused on improving student achievement as with everything that we do. Under Objective 1, you will see that the district utilizes research-based and standards-based teaching and learning strategies to engage students and improve achievement. When we look at Objective 1, the big piece there that we want to really make sure is that we're equipping our teachers with strategies that they utilize in classrooms to engage our students' minds and ensure that they are growing and learning in all types of endeavors with complex problems and text. Objective 2 will look at how we implement strategies to increase the achievement levels of all subgroups. And again, as we look at that, it is instrumental that we are really looking, making sure we're having diagnostic assessments and then the specific things that we respond to the needs of our learners. Objective 3 is we will support and refine effective and impactful school improvement processes and systems. You heard Dr. Locklear mention, and you got to, Ms. Carter mentioned this as well, and you saw from our school improvement teams how much they look at the process, they actually develop the plan, they implement the plan, they monitor the plan, so they really work the work to make sure that we are improving and moving forward. We do have a couple terms that we want to make sure we define for our community and all of our stakeholders so that we're clear when we communicate based on what the strategic plan, the mission and vision has put forth. The first term, and you have seen this before, is standards-based versus curriculum. You saw from Objective 1 standards-based. You've seen this chart before, but I did want to remind us of this chart. Standards are what we receive from approved by the State Board of Education. So when we talk standards, that is the North Carolina Standard Course of Study that we are given to teach. So it's what we teach. The curriculum is how we teach it, which is what our teachers, we presented several times how our teachers come together in the summer and actually write our curriculum. So it's the documents and resources, the assessments that we put together. So the standards we get from the state of what we teach, and the curriculum is how we teach it. Another term that's in the strategic plan is the global awareness. This is understanding and addressing global issues through the materials and resources that we're using. You heard us in social studies talk a lot about inquiry. So that's where we might have a global issue that we address. So the next term is cultural awareness. The cultural awareness is recognizing and understanding that we have different perspectives that shape our diverse cultures, backgrounds, and experiences. And again,
Can we go back one slide, please?
yes, sir.
Can we have an example of a global issue?
Yes, sir.
That we would feel the need to address in school?
So for example, we might use a piece of text about water shortages, as could be from the United States where we have water shortage issues, could be from the pollution of water. So the global issue might be developing and protecting our waters as a resource. Could be with the oceans being polluted with plastic bottles. So it might be looking at a text, or plastic bags, might be looking at a text that's called The Water Princess, which would be a kindergarten, first grade text, that talks about how certain plastics could impact our world and how we could recycle those plastics to make them into something else. So that would be an example of a global issue. And we could look at it from around the world.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. So cultural awareness, again, is where we look at the perspectives and getting folks to read about the different perspectives. Not making values and judgments, but definitely exposing them to different backgrounds and experiences. Our third term is cultural competency. And this is the ability to appreciate and interact with people from cultures and belief systems different from our own. So as we look at our strategic plan, part of our vision, as Dr. Locklear mentioned, was to ensure that we're having our students be world ready and be able to be a productive citizen. So these are just some terms that come about in how we provide and support our vision.
Let me ask a question. Let me get to the nitty-gritty here.
Okay?
A world citizen or an American citizen or both?
It is a citizen that comes out that's a productive citizen in our world.
So,
And nation, community. So it's all, I believe the strategic plan
Let me-
specifically. Thank you, Dr. Locklear.
Let me just comment, it's a productive citizen, period. That's what our vision and our mission point towards, and a citizen who can be successful in an ever-changing world. We know our world changes rapidly, and we want them to have the skill sets, not only just a score, if you will, but academic skill sets, the skill sets to communicate effectively, to critically think. When they don't know the answer, how do they get the answer? To be able to work with others, to collaborate with others, and to be creative when needed. So those are the skill sets that we want to build in our students as they graduate and leave Moore County schools.
well, I'm also talking about, there's a difference between what a citizen is in, say, a foreign country, another country, and what a citizen expects and the like in the United States. And in terms of a strategic plan, perhaps, I'm always interested in it being both an American and a global citizenship. But it strikes me that we talk about global citizenry, and we don't think about, we don't, as part of our strategic plan, we're not talking about the freedoms in the United States. So that's concerning, but we'll see.
Well, just to clarify, we wanted these are some terms in our objectives and strategies that we wanted to define on how we define them and how we work through them as a staff. So that's why we pulled these terms out. We knew there might be some questions around them. And so we wanted to make sure we clearly defined them. But absolutely, we want to produce effective and successful citizens in the United States and the world.
Dr. Locklear, if I could you, is it fair to say that these are some terms, the reason why these were picked out was because of your experience with this board and recognizing some of the board's differing perspectives and sensitivities, that it was worthwhile to just be right up front and say, when you see these words, this is how the staff defines them. Is that fair?
Yes, sir, that's fair.
Because there could be a lot of other educational jargon you could have defined. You know, why did you pick these out? I think it's pretty obvious by now that that's out of respect for the diversity of this board, that you just want to be upfront with that.
Yes, sir. Very fair to say.
And likewise, that'll be some other terms when we look at domain 2. We'll do the same thing. We've selected those that we want to be honest with the board about.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Ms. Gephardt. Go ahead.
So we're going to look at, under Domain 1, some things that we have done that we feel we have made significant progress in. The first that we feel like we've had progress in Domain 1 is in our instructional frameworks. These instructional frameworks were developed by our teachers. Our teachers came together and really looked at what does instruction look like in K-5 literacy, K-5 math, and grades 6 through 12 for all subject areas. These literacy frameworks are frameworks that guide what we do and how we instruct and support our learners in the classrooms. I often look at these frameworks, so when you see them in just a minute, I often look at them as a blueprint to a contractor. These are our teachers' blueprints for quality instruction in the classroom. The first framework that we're going to look at is our K-5 literacy framework. And within our K-5 literacy framework, these frameworks are, all three of these frameworks are part of our non-negotiables, and they are the guardrails of what we look at with Moore County Schools with Instruction. So our K-5 literacy, if you see in the outer of the white box, you'll sort of see 4 terms that are laid out there: standards-based, research practices, data-driven, and response to students' needs. Those are what I call the foundation of everything we do with instruction. It is about making sure that we're teaching those grade level standards at the depth they need to be, using quality research-based instructional practices, using data to respond to the needs of our learners. Within that foundation, you will see several bubbles. So what it looks like in a quality instructional literacy classroom K-5, we have our learning target, and in responding to our learning target, we have our own grade level whole group instruction that we're consistently formatively assessing as we are going through that whole group lesson, to then target specific things that our students need for small group instruction. In small group instruction, if I see, based on that data from that formative assessment, I may respond to that with the student who needs additional support in that small group. And then we have opportunities where students have independent practice to gather, to work independently with text and continue to gain those skills. Our K-5 math has the similar feel, and again, as our teachers developed these, our K-5 math teachers really felt like these are the foundational pieces, again, standards-based, research best practices, data-driven, and student-centered. So again, you'll see data as a huge focus to all these frameworks, that we're using data to respond to the needs of our learners. This one is a little bit different. You sort of see an outer perimeter where you see math talks, clear learning targets, formative assessment, and closure. These are all important components of a math classroom that filter into the inside of those bubbles. So for example, during my whole group lesson, we may have a math talk, which is where students are able to take a deep dive into mathematical understandings and discuss how they've solved a problem utilizing academic vocabulary in math class, from math. We also want to make sure we have clear learning targets that address the standard and the depth of the standard. And we constantly formatively assess to see what do we need to do in that small group instruction again. How do we make sure that we are decreasing and having those prerequisite skills that kids need to decrease the gap? And then, of course, all of this provides instructional opportunities for students to work independently. So these are our K-5 literacy and math frameworks that guide the instruction and are the guardrails of what we do in Moore County Schools in K-5. 612 looks a little bit different because 612 refers to all disciplines. So math, science, ELA, social studies. The teachers got together from our 612 and said, what are the quality components that we're going to consider as our focus for our instructional framework? So if you see the two bubbles at the top, those are what I call the foundational pieces that they felt would be essential to make sure that we have in classrooms. So classroom culture and environment, having a positive classroom environment that definitely looks at developing independent thinkers and learners. So having that mindset of I'm going to be a thinker and move forward, and we look at then over to the right-hand side, the data-informed instruction. And this is where, again, that ongoing assessment, you see in all three that component of that formative assessment that drives our instruction. And all of this funnels into those instructional strategies that are quality research-based instructional strategies that can go into any discipline. So it's how do we make sure those instructional strategies make sure that we are providing students with interactive, engaging learning experiences with complex problem solving in text. So we're very proud of our literacy frameworks. We have been doing a lot of professional development on these. So once the teachers completed those, we've been doing PD. We talk about these in our professional learning teams. So all of these are continued to be support, but we're very proud of the work and the continued work and the fact that as we move forward, these are things that our teachers value in their classrooms. Another area of significant progress is our professional development. I will tell you, I'm super excited with the professional development that Moore County Schools provides. And to ensure that our teachers have the skills or the tools in their tool belt, as I like to say, to move forward. So first, we have success with digital tools. I will say that we are very fortunate in Moore County that professional development with digital tools has been ongoing for many, many years. And those tools allowed us to be able to engage our learners. So having those digital tools, being ready to use those digital tools helped our teachers in last year, as last year the events had happened. Another professional development that we've really been focused on is instructional strategies in reading and math, providing quality ways for us to have learning and engaging activities and developing independent learners and thinkers. In addition to that, we've also focused on core instruction. If you recall from discussions we've had earlier, our core instruction is where we have standards-aligned instruction that is at the appropriate grade level. So we've been working with our teachers to strengthen that core instruction with those instructional strategies. In addition, we've also had many opportunities for our exceptional children's teachers and to work with to gain skills with professional development. But I did want to highlight too, because I'm so super excited. We've had adaptive physical education and provided this to all of our K-12 physical education teachers. Adaptive PE is simply that the teachers learned how to modify their lessons to include all students regardless of their needs, so that they were able to adapt and respond to the needs of our learners. Another that we have had is co-teaching, and this is very exciting because co-teaching is the general education teacher and the EC teacher have come together again, to learn strategies and ways to better meet the needs of our learners in the classroom. Elizabeth and I have also spoken to you before, but again, our More Learning Conference continues to grow. Last year we had 56 professional development opportunities on the one day that was well attended. And I have to point out our new teacher induction. We have a very strong new teacher induction program, but we have added this year to support our BTs, our beginning teachers who need more support. We've added quarterly PD opportunities where they come in and gain skills in areas that we know often are trends that we see as a concern with our beginning teachers. So professional development is strong, it's ongoing, and it's definitely something that we're super excited about to help and support our teachers. Another significant progress that we've been working on are definitely data-driven decisions, and it's you've heard me mention data probably more times. I hope no one's counting, but data is critical in everything we do to move us forward. As you heard from our school improvement teams, they analyze their school data and they make their goals based on that data and put into their school improvement. So we look at that data from school improvement processes to increase and make sure that we have a strong plan to move the school. We have professional learning teams. Our professional learning teams look at their data of their students. They have conversation to ensure that as we move forward, they're discussing individual students and how they can better meet the needs and what instructional strategies could they potentially use. Those common formative assessments, you heard those a lot when our school improvement teams were sharing. Those common formative assessments help drive who do I need in small group and what do I need to do in small group to make a difference for our learners. The data dive protocol is a way for us to look at multiple years of data or very specific data from this school year. In the data dive protocol, we analyze what the data says, and then from there we make actionable steps that we put in place to ensure that we are moving forward with learning in the building or with that PLT. We have multiple tiered system of support, and you've heard MTSS before, that we're looking at how we support our learners, what are the supports they need in either core, supplemental, or intensive. We're also incredibly proud of our problem-solving teams. This is a team from across the school that takes a deep dive into looking at data and how do we help a student move forward with their learning. And part of that problem-solving team is they look at strong interventions. What intervention does that student need, and how do we make sure that we are targeting very specific interventions to assist a student with learning?
May I ask you a question? On the formative assessments, I understand, I'm more familiar with the high schools, obviously, but, okay, so you have 10th grade English and you have 5 different teachers teaching it, and they work together and they create a common formative assessment. How do we accommodate those subject areas where there may be only one class of something offered, say AP Statistics? Okay, there's one of those I'm assuming there's one of those at Pinecrest. And there may not be that same class even offered at the other high schools. How do we help that teacher come up with the appropriate assessment to use on a class?
Our curriculum specialists will go out if they want to meet in a PLT. So for example, in AP Statistics, she may reach out to Brenda and say, can we make a common formative assessment that this is what I've taught? I want to make sure the kids have a grasp on what I've taught. So they work with our specialists if they're singletons, they work with specialists. We also have one instant in where we do have some singletons in our elementary school, and they're working with another school. So because they're using the pacing guide and aligned, they're able, I'm just going to use High Falls and Westmore, that teacher may come together and create that common formative assessment that they both share in their buildings.
Okay.
Another significant progress is our access and support to technology. K-12 iPads and Chromebooks. We have, of course, K-1 has our iPads and 2-12 have Chromebooks. This is very critical so that this helps support our instruction. It doesn't take the place of that good quality teacher in the classroom, but it supports that instruction. It also allows for access to lots of instructional material. So it lets us have that independent practice through varied instructional opportunities and materials. Another support that we definitely are very proud of are our hotspots, where we've allowed our students the opportunity to have a hotspot and to ensure that they had connectability in times that they are learning, so that they didn't have interrupted learning, so that they had learning 5 days a week. Park and Learn was another quick thing that our technology did to support our families. They went in and they actually developed where they could pull up and have Wi-Fi outside, so that our families could pull up in and download assignments or upload assignments in their learning management systems. Parent Learning Series, this provided a lot of support. So we provided our parents with opportunities to come in an evening session that was on a Zoom meeting, so they were able to learn about different learning management systems or how to access Parent Portal. So it was a way to help our families and collaborate and communicate with our community. Learning management systems, we're very proud of that, and you're going to hear a little bit as Elizabeth shares some of the things with our learning management systems, but we are very proud of the support and our support with the DIFs, our digital instructional facilitators, and our collaboration between curriculum and instruction and technology to really help support our teachers as they move forward into with our learning management systems of Seesaw, Google Classroom, and Canvas. And again, the professional development that is ongoing consistently and pervasively to provide support for technology and giving our teachers professional development on tools to help them be successful in the classroom. And with that, Elizabeth's now going to share a couple things with you about the implementation of digital tools.
Yes, as we continue with the significant progress, here is a focus on the implementation of digital tools. The purpose of digital tools is to engage learning, while diagnostic and instructional tools assess and support the needs of the individualized learner. Our EC department evaluates the proper utilization of digital programs to ensure quality of instruction and the fidelity of differentiation of our EC learners. In addition, for our science curriculum is a Discovery Education textbooks. Our K-5 curriculum has renewed and refocused the implementation of this expanded program that places students at the center of innovative, investigative, and interactive learning. We also continue to support this process with continued training from our science specialists. As mentioned, when Donna and I presented earlier with the program highlight, professional development is ongoing. Some of the programs listed were offered as training towards the beginning of the school year, and now we are focusing on the fidelity of the implementation. The first three that are listed are learning management systems for our elementary, upper level elementary, and along with our middle and high school. So that's your Seesaw, Google Classroom, and Canvas. The last two are assessment programs, M-Class, which is the state required, assessment for K3, and iReady, which is a database instructional program. The focus on strategies to engage minds is another significant progress. Here are some of the many programs and strategies used for embedded instructional engagement. Inquiry-based learning is an approach to learning that emphasizes the student's role in the learning process. Rather than a teacher telling students what they need to know, students are encouraged to explore the material, ask questions, and share ideas. Through inquiry, students are able to deepen their understanding to go beyond just memorizing facts and content. As mentioned in the previous slide, we do have a number of engaging digital tools. ACE, which is your active collaborative engagement program, inspires success through the digital design. The objective is to build on the knowledge and skills that our students are developing in K-5 and expand the impact of engaging instruction to all middle and high schools. Teachers develop standards-based projects with a focus on design thinking, digital integration, and the 4 C's, which are critical thinking, collaboration, communication, and creativity. Our artists and residents are educators from throughout the nation that serve our schools in partnership with the Moore County Art Council. This program focuses on implementing core instruction through the lens of the arts. The strength of our robotics, computer science, and STEM programs are a great addition to promote and emphasize cross-curricular strategies and skills that engage student minds. And finally, the MCS CTE pathways include the career credentials needed for students to gain the experience and qualifications in their future career of interest. This course has expanded its offerings along with becoming aligned with the local community industries. Significant progress includes the ongoing support in the academic environment. Our Moore County School DIFs serve our schools both full-time and part-time by supporting the academic environment with tools that promote engagement. They are essential for immediate support troubleshooting digital tools while also providing the flexibility of co-teaching within the classroom. ISFs support our Title I and Restore schools. They are trained on multiple occasions throughout the month on instructional strategies and methods to promote interventions to help support the individual learners. They are often seen modeling and co-teaching while also providing PLT support. District support is paired with specialists from the appropriate departments based on the needs of our schools. For example, a school can call in an EC specialist to support work with EC children and IEPs.
In addition, we are also we have definitely worked on the instructional strategies and resources that we provide to our schools. Big Ideas Math was implemented last year in 2020. So this is our going into.
Excuse me, Donna, I'm sorry to interrupt. Just before we leave it behind,
Okay.
school board members often hear the term instructional coach and instructional support facilitator. Is there a difference? Just clarify for everybody.
There is. Our instructional support facilitators serve our Title I schools, and they are at each of our Title I schools. An instructional coach may be hired by a school to do small group specific instruction that works with that specific school, whereas the instructional support facilitator is going in, working with them in PLTs, helping them design common formative assessments, helping our teachers with co-teaching and looking at small group instruction. So those instructional support facilitators are heavy with support to teaching and learning, whereas the instructional coaches often are just working with our students.
And the instructional support facilitators most often are full-time employees.
They are full-time.
And the coaches
May not be.
may not be,
Yes.
and often are, very part-time, almost consultative.
Typically what I see is 15, 20 hours a week.
Yeah, okay. Thank
Often we call them academic coaches,
We do.
Correct.
which are really a high-level intervention for our students.
To provide on demand.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So Big Ideas Math, we started last year in the hopes in K-5 that we would develop some consistency with mathematical problem solving and terminology K-5. So this is the second year of implementation, and we're providing a lot of support for that program to make sure that we are implementing this program with fidelity. iReady, you heard a lot from our school improvement plans about iReady. I will tell you, we are definitely supporting iReady. Our teachers love iReady. It is an innovative program that allows us to have the opportunity to diagnose, to have a diagnostic assessment for our students, and then provides our students with explicit interventions that they need or acceleration based on where they fall in their diagnostic assessment. It also has a lot of teacher tools that our teachers use. We have Career and College Promise that I know you saw from the data from Ms. Fall last time, where we have our 11th and 12th graders, but there is an expanded piece to our Career and College Promise, which is provided by a law that our legislators did about 3 years ago. It allows our gifted, students that are gifted in both reading and math, to take CCP transfer college courses at grades 9 and 10. So this is a first that has happened, and we've got our first cohort starting now. Advanced placement, we have a very strong advanced placement, and we support our advanced placement by making sure our teachers go to PD, professional development, to make sure that they are getting the skills they need to teach that high-level rigorous class. And we also make sure that we have the opportunity to make sure that any school can have any advanced placement course. So for example, some of our schools that are smaller may use more advanced placement courses through the North Carolina virtual public high school.
Let me ask you one question here. Excuse me. With respect to advanced placement versus college courses. Now, the advanced placement, as I understand, gives a child college credit, and he must pass an exam at the end of the year in order to get that college credit.
Yes.
I was lucky enough to be heavily involved in an AP class, all right? A lot of the teaching, I thought, was teaching how to take a test, but that's another story. My question is, why do we have both advanced placement and the ability to go to a college course? Because the idea of advanced placement is to give the child college credit, but we can just give them the college course, and that can free up our teachers to do other things. Or what's the thinking around that? I don't have a particular opinion one way or the other, but I just know the question.
It is to individualize and meet the needs of our learners. Advanced placement, we have some students who are wanting to go to MIT or a college outside of North Carolina that does not recognize the community college classes. For some do not. So it gives them opportunities as a 9th and 10th grader to take rigorous coursework. Advanced placement is a little bit different than our community college classes in that it is a nationally recognized program. So we want to provide both opportunities to meet the needs of our students.
And I
if
can
I-
tell you, private colleges within North Carolina don't have to accept community college credits. And I know that Wake Forest and Duke do not. So a child who is aspiring to attend one of the private schools would much prefer advanced placement to receive a credit.
I wanna
And
acknowledge-
circling back here, are the students told when they go to these college courses that certain colleges won't accept the credit?
I would say yes, but if I could, in perspective, Mr. Levy, this is a question that people have asked since community college courses started becoming available for
Right.
students back in the 90s. And Ms. Gebhardt has hit the nail right on the head. I would tell you, for the student that prefers advanced placement, they already know the answer to that question before they come to us. It is made very clear from our counselors when they're putting course selections together with students. That's the point at which students become aware of the differences between them. And a lot of that is driven by what the students' goals are when they first set forth that course planning for their 4-year matriculation. So what we do know is that out of state, those competitive, particularly the competitive universities that have sort of a national competitive slant to them, they're looking for that advanced placement test outcome that helps define where that student stands comparative to students in other states. Whereas the community college course fits well with that student that's just looking for career training, maybe career licensure right after high school, community college credits that are going to lead to an in-state college or university that doesn't have that national competitive posture. And all of them are good, all of them are high standards, but it's really a smorgasbord that meets the needs of students with different goals and objectives.
Okay. Thank you.
Does it sound like I've had to answer that question a few
Yes,
times?
yes.
It
As
goes
a
back to
matter,
my-
as a matter of fact, now I can answer it better because it's been asked of me
Yes.
many times over. And I now have a more comprehensive answer for that, so I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you, sir. I've been answering that one since I was a high school principal.
We're also providing increased instructional supports and materials in interventions. And again, part of that is with our iReady program, but we also have many other ways that we have and provide resources for interventions. The problem-solving team, again, is another resource that helps our learners that we really can really dial in and how is the intervention working, or do we need to change the intervention, so that we're making sure, again, we're meeting and focused on the academic achievement of that student. And then I will say a strength that Moore County has that we've really made progress is the collaboration among all staff members. You will see that in a professional learning team, the EC teacher tries to get in to have those conversations about how she's supporting her kids with the regular education teacher. So this collaboration is essential in making sure that we're decreasing gaps for our learners and having continuous focused instruction to move that learner forward. We also are very excited with the support for school improvement. You heard, and we're so proud of our schools that brought their school improvement plans to you guys a couple months ago. But we also continue to support our schools. It is about improving and monitoring and looking at how they're doing with their plan. So we are currently in the process, we are currently in the round of process checks. We do a process check round in the fall, and then we do a second one in the spring that really looks at what our schools are doing and how we can better support them to make sure that they're moving forward with academic achievement. You've seen Dr. Locklear presented to you when he did the school improvement, the Moore County non-negotiables, and we're gonna share, he's gonna sort of wrap up with those. But that's another way that we've had significant progress of really looking at the fidelity of the implementation of the things that we're very focused on. The ongoing professional development, again, I can't say enough about, is that we are equipping our teachers with the tools they need. They're coming in and they're getting quality resources and materials and understanding with tools that they leave and are ready to put back into strategies they can put back in for exceptional learning for our students. And then the data dive protocol, again, it's about looking at that data and creating an action step of what are we gonna do to help our learners based on the data that we see. So those are some things that we've made significant progress with. But part of this is definitely looking at the data. We have to look at the data, we have to know the data to help us move forward and to really look at what do we do to help support our schools, our teachers, and our learners.
Madam
So-
Chair, I have a question
Yes, sir.
before you go into the data. For academic achievement, the three objectives, the goal of all the three objectives is student achievement. But yet, when we see the measurable objectives after, I don't see significant improvement in those, even though we showed significant progress. And the only area I do see improvement in is college and career promise and CTE programs. So I'd just like to talk about that as you show the charts.
Okay. So I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Fall and Elizabeth to share with you some of the measurable outcomes and how we're responding to the data.
So as Mr. Dennison just pointed out, a lot of this data you have seen before. While we use a lot of formative and summative data points consistently, one of the biggest summary data points we use for Domain 1 is the end of grade and end of course assessment. As a reminder, these are the final assessments given in English language arts, math, and science. These are the singular tests administered at the end of each semester or school year. The 3 to 4 hour tests assess all of the curriculum standards for the given subject. For Domain 1, we focus our attention on grade level proficiency, or GLP, which is students that score at the level 3, 4, or 5. As a reminder, comparison to the 2021 school year data to prior years is very difficult due to the unusual nature of the school year. However, it is this data that we have and will use as our measures. The composite score for all 3 subjects in all grades 3-12 is 51.9% grade level proficiency. This is the same overall GLP composite broken down by our largest subgroups.
Another question. Now, Kate, what grade would you give our progress or our improvement for the integrate, that previous chart you just showed?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
What grade? I mean,
Are we doing well? Are we doing
It doesn't
poor?
look like we showed, and I forget about 21, but for the other years, it doesn't seem like we've shown significant improvement as we have with the significant progress.
We have maintained a relatively stagnant performance prior to this past year. However, when you take it into context and you look at the breakdowns of the data, or you look at it comparative to the state, we are outperforming there, but we are stagnant, and that is one of the things that we have taken into consideration as we make a lot of these decisions and a lot of the changes that we've made in the Domain 1 area.
So with these new changes, we can expect to see, we're not to be stagnant anymore, we'll start seeing significant
That is our
improvement.
goal, yes, sir.
Thank you.
Well, let me follow up on that. What, we started the strategic plan in 2017, 2018?
2018.
2018.
2018. the strategic plan itself didn't do much in 2019. Of course, 2021, I'll throw that away because 2021 is COVID.
Yeah.
And everybody's had problems with COVID. But bottom line is, what is the objective? What is the target for 21, 22, next academic year? I hope I got that right. 21, 22 for grade level performance. And specifically, and you haven't gotten to it yet, one of the things that I keep pushing is that especially our minority students, if you want to find out what their GLP is, you divide the overall performance by 2. So what is our goal for overall grade level performance to rise? And what is our goal for our minority students to rise in grade level performance, so that when we come back here next year, we can say we either met the goal or we didn't meet the goal, and based on the data, okay, what changes should we make? That's my question.
If I might,
Mr.
Madam
Levy,
Chair? Go ahead,
Mr. Levy,
Hensley.
if I could, and I think this might be the superintendent's concern too. So I think we need to have an understanding of the purpose of today. And it's my understanding, and really I have a statement and then a question. So it's my understanding today, there's a lot of chart, there's a lot of slides. And it's my understanding that today is for the central office, the superintendent and his team, to brief, refresh everyone's memory what the strategic goals were, explain to both the board and the public, the thought behind the strategic goals, the things that the school district has done to achieve those strategic goals over the last couple of years, and then to brief the results, good, bad, or indifferent.
Yes.
The empirical results. And I think that's the purpose of today, at least in my understanding. And then just based upon what was said at the beginning of the meeting, this is the start of a discussion, and then that lasts for a couple of months, and then ultimately taking action and setting future strategic goals. So I would recommend that, this is really kind of absorption and listening, and then we can contemplate this. There's a lot of stuff to contemplate here. And then hopefully, we come back together and we have discussions, at a strategic level as to the results and what we want to do going forward.
Very well put. I'm prepared to hire Mr. Hensley as my personal
Yeah.
spokesman. But let me just amplify one thing before we move forward, and I appreciate that, Mr. Hensley. There are a myriad of measures that are built into the evaluations of individual principals and central office administrators that are tied to what Dr. Locklear referred to earlier, the leadership priorities, which board members will recall from the superintendent's evaluation packet. And so you could run the risk in your strategic plan of having so many numbers and charts and graphs that they get lost. It is a fair conversation for the board to have as you go to revise this plan, that if you think that there's better packaging of that in a way that still accomplishes what you desire for measurable targets, in a way that isn't got so many numbers in it that people get lost. That's a fair conversation to have when you go to revise the plan. But in the meantime, Dr. Locklear has targets that he's presented to me. I have targets that are broader than his that I've presented to the board, and then each of the principals have presented targets to Dr. Locklear and Dr. Metcalf that are germane to their schools, all of which sort of end up feeding into these bigger numbers for the whole district. So you've got to kind of start from the school level up, and then when that's done, it's Dr. Locklear and Dr. Metcalf's job to look at that, work with me on what their targets are, and then I've got to work with the board. And even with mine, you could claim that mine are too broad and too general, because ultimately they sort of you know, and that's a fair let me just say it's a fair conversation. You can always have that discussion about how specific do you get in a presentation like this, or how broad that you stay in a presentation like this. But I do want you to know that up and down the organization, from the school level to the district level, a lot of conversations about targets and outcomes, and if we got to do better on that, that's what this conversation's about. And that's all I got to say. Mr. Hensley actually did a better job than I did.
And I agree with what David has said, and that was my perspective, is that to me, this is similar to what we have done with our line item budget. You know, we had an overview, a presentation, we didn't get everything done in that one day, knowing that we were gonna have to have follow-up meetings to corral and put everything into perspective. So, as he indicated, this is a beginning of revisiting where we are, and then I'm sure we'll have to come back for several meetings to figure out, okay, this is where we are, where do we want to be going forward. So I definitely agree with what Mr. Hensley has said.
Yeah, and if I can follow up real quick, and please do not get me wrong, anyone who wants to speak, you know, Mr. Levy, anyone has an absolute right to speak, and trust me, I have plenty to say, and, you know, I mean, I could sit here every slide, but I just think that, you know, we listen, we absorb, you know, if there's any clarifications that are needed, obviously speak up, and then we're going to reconvene at some future point to have a big strategic discussion on everything that we've learned here today and our thoughts and observations. And again, this isn't targeted at you, Mr. Levy.
I want to make sure that we, you know, we're going to have a discussion on what the targets are. If the targets are being filtered to the superintendent, you know, that eventually that they come to the board, because as Mr. Dennison has said, to me, I see us as I see a very, very complicated strategic plan. But when it comes to the bottom line, I see some stagnant numbers. And as I say, I'm not looking at 2021 because that is COVID, and if it went down, it probably went down for everybody. You know, I'm looking at actually getting it back up, and maybe it should be at parity with 2019 next year, or maybe it should be greater. But that's what I'm interested in.
One more thing I just would like to contribute before we move on is just that the other thing that board members either weren't on the board before, or board members who were on the board before are still there but don't remember, all right? And that is that the focus on action steps that are taken to achieve objectives include a lot of strategies and efforts that are on this list now that weren't here 3 years ago and are here because of the stagnant performance, okay? So the fact that the performance is stagnant, don't think that list that Donna Gephardt just presented is just the same list that we had 3 years ago. It's not like we're just sitting there and letting this continue. A lot of what you saw today, the professional development, the different programs, there's a lot of new stuff there that has evolved over time and has done so in a very complex environment where you really couldn't control all the variables. And so as a board going forward, without me, you'll have the opportunity to see what these programs that have evolved and have improved, some that we were doing 3 years ago or 4 years ago that we're not doing anymore. That's part of the dynamic nature of this. So as much as annual targets, biennial targets are important, it's still important to look at, you know, what exactly you're doing. And don't assume that nothing is being done in response to the stagnant nature of the outcomes. There's a lot of activity that's happening there. So.
Madam Chair, I can concur with that. Having been on the board for 11 years, this process has significantly improved since the beginning. And we're showing continuous improvement in how we're looking at things every year.
Well, so, okay, I'll chime in. So look, Moore County Schools is a very, very, very complex organization. You know, what, 12,500 students, 1,800 employees, you know, I mean, it's just a myriad of regulations, laws, rules that many of which hinder, you know, success. The problem that we're going to have, to the point that Dr. Grimacy and Mr. Dennison brought up, The problem that we're gonna have, and look, you have to implement programs, you have to do all this, but the problem that we're gonna have is because of the remote learning disruption caused by COVID-19, it's gonna be impossible to normalize for the effects of remote learning. And those effects for remote learning are they're gonna cascade into future years. And there are a lot of parents and a lot of members of the public and members, I'm sure, of Moore County Schools and the board that are frustrated by the stagnant performance. Okay, so 3 years ago, processes, procedures began implementing. The problem is, it's gonna be difficult, if not because of the COVID and the remote learning that I described, it's gonna be impossible to really know the result of those programs because of the remote learning. So it's a challenge because, don't confuse effort with results, how do you measure success? It's gonna be very difficult, if not impossible, for the next few years. But anyway, just random thoughts.
I very much appreciate the discussion of data in its context. Thank you. I really like that. The next chart that we have is one that you're familiar with. It's the one that Mr. Levy has referenced. This is the same GLP composite broken down by our largest subgroups. As you remember from the last time, our Black economically disadvantaged, which is EDS on the chart, and students with disabilities, which is SWD, are substantially lower than our overall performance. Again, we are not satisfied with these results, but they are our current reality, and they are where we are as a starting point for this year and moving forward from there.
And I might want to say, I understand COVID and the like, but our students are not getting any younger. So this is, if in the next, we say, well, we might not know for the next couple of years. We have to do what we can now to keep pushing up the overall numbers, but also get that achievement gap closed. And I know that's the goal, that's the holy grail of every school system. But we've got to especially do it on our part because, as I say, our kids deserve it.
I just have one comment on this chart. And I had this thought when I first saw this chart several months ago, is the economic disadvantaged, what's the S stand for, EDS?
Economically disadvantaged students.
Student, yes. That would be very helpful to see the EDS broken down by subgroup.
Unfortunately, that's not data that we have. EDS is data that we get a final summary evaluation, but we don't know what students make up that population. That is not data that is shared with the districts.
Yeah, we're not permitted to know which students are EDS students. I've pointed this out before. It's been a source of frustration for me for a long, long
Right.
time. And it's not a new rule. This has been the way it's been, that people are held accountable for the performance of students, and they're not allowed to know who those students are so they can help them.
But
So,
that frustration is one that all the principals have also expressed as well.
And in a lot of, it's a conversation been going on for a long time, but it could be a point of advocacy for the board in the future.
So based on this
For
data.
the record, we'd love to have that data.
Is it, just as an aside, EDS is measured by free and reduced lunches, right?
That is the main point, yes.
So, but how do we not know which students are on free and reduced lunches?
Child nutrition are the only employees that
Who know
are,
that?
who are familiar with that information, and
Okay.
they are.
Protected, it's protected.
Yeah,
It's
they-
protected within that, the child nutrition
That's correct.
services.
Yeah, and they could get in lots of trouble with the state and the feds if they
Well-
were to,
Like I said a
violate
few
that.
minutes ago, many of the regulations and policies that hinder, our efforts, so.
fair enough.
I think I will say this, I think our teachers, though, know, even though they can't point to specific students, I think our teachers have a great idea, a very good idea of exactly which ones are.
Yeah, 'cause they understand
That
their
helps,
students.
So based on the subgroup data, we are working to try our best to meet the needs by providing professional development and continuous training in order to better impact the reading scores and the scores of our subgroups. This includes the use of iReady the iReady implementation in PLTs, which impacts the direct instruction in the classrooms. iReady allows us to have the immediate data and resources to structure small groups, which creates a focus on individual students and provides support for their specific needs in order to begin closing those achievement gaps.
So as you remember from last month, this is the breakdown of the reading and the English language arts scores. We focus a lot in reading on grades 3 and 4 because we know that that is the foundation of reading throughout students' school career. We are also paying close attention to the decreasing trend in the middle grades with some of the targeted work that Ms. Madian will share with you in a moment. Once we get into high school with English 2, we are actually showing a spike this past year in performance, one of the few areas that we did see an increase in performance.
And as a result of this data, we're focusing strategically on improving our reading scores by focusing on vocabulary. Vocabulary is a foundational area that has been a focus in Moore County Schools' professional development sessions. These sessions were built from the data analysis of iReady, where we were able to see what skills should be targeted for planning in PLTs to ensure a direct impact of instruction. Additionally, further in this presentation, Donna will be sharing with you information on the state required training on the science of reading, literacy, and letters, which will provide as another tool to promote growth in literacy.
Before we go on, can you go back to the slide before this? So what's your conjecture on why English 2 didn't suffer this past year? Any theories on
There
this?
were a lot of factors that fed into that. One of the ones that we've heard consistently from the schools is all of the foundational work that had been done in previous grades, that students had gotten a lot of the interventions and a lot of the supports they needed, and then while they functioned into a virtual environment, they were able to maintain. Another thing that has come up in several professional learning teams that we've discussed is the fact that reading is fundamental in all courses. And so as students were working virtually, they really were practicing those literacy and reading skills in all subjects, whereas in a math class or science class, you may have been only practicing on those skills. And so they felt like, some of the PLTs have felt like they did a big push. There was a lot, in a virtual learning environment, there's a lot of reading for comprehension. That is essentially what a lot of virtual learning is. And so they did feel like that supported those higher level students, came out of the PLTs. I'm not sure if you want to add anything else.
And this is a trend the state saw, so Tammy Howard is asking exactly what you are asking as well.
It's a nice number.
It is. Here's the math data that you're familiar with at this point. The bookends of third grade and Math 3 were the highest performers in this subject, although they are still mirroring that dip that we saw in the subject in the past year. Middle school and Math 1 are the areas where we need the most substantial work, though not to the exclusion of our foundational classes. Ms. Madian will share with you how we are focusing on the math instruction.
And because of the nature of this data, our goal with math is to use big ideas to consistently support math instruction. As Donna mentioned earlier, we've begun the process of implementing this curriculum, which uses a universal design for learning to create a fun and innovative way for students to learn. This program uses hands-on activities to scaffold math instruction. For example, we have been focusing on math stations and ensuring alignment for student accountability. Additionally, we are ensuring that hand-on versatiles are embedded in instruction as well. Versatiles is a standard aligned program that helps students build math and literacy proficiency in challenging, rewarding ways. This allows teachers to be able to rely on versatiles for independent practice and for use in small groups, rotations, centers, and stations. A great portion of those math proficiency scores is affected by the learner's ability to decode vocabulary and word usage. This is an area where we're confident that the district's focus on vocabulary will show us an impact as well.
Overall, science is our highest scoring ELG, although still not where we want the scores to be. This chart breaks down the performance of science composite into the 3 individual tests: 5th grade science, which is at the end of elementary school; 8th grade science, which is at the end of middle school; and biology, which is traditionally taken in 10th, although some 11th grade. As you can clearly see on the chart, grade 8 science remains our highest performing EOG, with science grade 5 needing the most support in that subject.
And this data has driven the focus for our science support and implementation. We are currently providing professional development and PLT support in science as well. There is a strong instructional focus with the support of the NC Collaborative Inquiry Network. This program provides science kits that have a literacy component along with strategies for inquiry-based learning. As mentioned earlier, this is where students are able to deepen their understanding, to go beyond just memorizing facts and content. This program provides many hands-on resources as well for instruction that engages our students in learning. This is another area where we also feel the vocabulary goal to improve reading and decoding is sure to have a positive impact.
As was discussed just a few moments ago by this board, one of our more positive data points is our Career and College Promise participation. You may remember this table from last month, which does show the 6-year trend, but what we've been focusing our attention on is that over the last year, 1,095 students took 3,352 courses, with 87% of them receiving high school and college credit at the community college.
And considering this data, here are some of the ways in which we are continuing to support and implement, and those areas are evident. The dual enrollment expansion continues education by building pathways to address membership gaps in the programs. This has been supported with the continuing education, which is our Con Ed program. For example, your Fire Academy, HVAC, Certified Production Technicians, and EKG all build on micro-credentials that help jumpstart students' work experience while also partnering with our Sand Hills Community College. The board previously approved an action to build a wing expansion at Northmore High School. Because of this effort, Moore County Schools Certified Nursing Assistant Program has expanded to a state board certified facility, which provides all-day instruction, thus increasing the availability and learning opportunities for more students. MCS is uniquely positioned to receive support from a total of 3 collegiate organizations: Montgomery, Randolph, and Sand Hills. This is a great asset in which it provides a hand up for our students to further their educational pathway with CCP. The courses that are offered within CCP are also a combination of academic core and vocational courses, which count towards the students' high school and college credits.
Might I add at this point, there was the article in the Pilot last Wednesday, I think it was, Wednesday or Sunday, where they had the Moore County Schools page, had a nice highlight by Principal Purvis about the nursing program at
Yes.
Northmore, and how it had grown significantly this year with the addition of the classroom space to make it possible. So it was very, very nice to hear that there are a lot of young people coming out already trained and ready to go to work as a nursing assistant.
With certification.
Yes.
Yes.
Speaking of which, that led perfectly into the next slide. We are also very proud of our career and technical education programs in general and the numerous industry-recognized credentials and licenses that students earn. Again, these are the courses like nursing, HVAC maintenance, hospitality, computer program, drone operations. Last year, Moore County had 3,165 individual career credentials earned. Again, these are the credentials that directly impact our local community industries. It's extremely common for a single student to earn multiple credentials in a specific area, greatly increasing their employability and potential earning capacity. This high number is due to a very concerted effort of Moore County schools in the areas outlined in Domain 1.
Let me ask one question.
Yes, sir.
Actually, 2 questions. Number one, there was a difference, it looks like, in 2018 or 2017 with the way you counted these credentials. Am I right?
No, sir. It was actually a concerted effort to increase how we pushed students to excel in a pathway. And so it wasn't necessarily a difference in counting. It was actually that much of an increase in the program itself.
From 534 in 2015 to 3,100 in 2021.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I notice it's been going down since between 19, 20, and 21.
So the 1920 data went down because that was the year that we closed on March 13th. And we were unable, a lot of the programs, not a lot, but some of the programs were unable to complete their hands-on requirements. And there were major changes to the testing sites, and so they were not able to test. So if you notice on this chart, 1920 is included, whereas on previous charts we did not include 1920. for like the EOGs and EOCs because that data was not available. We did have this data. So that dive in 1920 was a direct link to the COVID shutdowns. And then 2021, due to the again, the restrictions of virtual learning.
Lingering impact.
Lingering
So it
impact.
was in both years that we
Yes, sir.
we had the
Yes, sir.
COVID problem?
Yes,
Okay.
sir. Yes, sir.
Let me also just tie back to a conversation board had the other day. It had some interesting observations from different board members. If I could go back to the chart just real quickly. I want to note that right around 2000, I think it was 16, 17, Amanda Dixon arrived as our director of CTE and federal programs, and she's hiding over there, not making eye contact with me. The other thing that was happening as Amanda arrived is that the original construction plan for Moore County Schools approved by the school board in 2014, as revised in the fall of 2015, the Advanced Career Center was the top priority. So there was a lot of staff energy on, well, what would the program be there? And so that elevated the importance of career and technical education to a very, very high level. We had what were called lock-ins, where we were in this room like for all day long, and principals were in here, and a lot of engagement with the business community. And there were a number of different benefits that came out of that. Even though we didn't come out of that with a building, there were a lot of benefits that came out of that program. You've seen the Career and College Promise program, and now you're looking at these credentials. And one of the takeaways, subject to Amanda correcting me, but one of the takeaways was it wasn't about course completion and school grades. It was about credentials earned and soft skills. What are those employability skills? I just remember that, you know, whether it was Partners in Progress, chamber members, whoever was at the table during those conversations, just constantly, over and over again. And so this was very intentional as we got into 17 and 18, and it is a legacy of the fact that although we didn't end up with an Advanced Career Center building, it really did reshape our entire approach. And I sat at the table at a Kiwanis meeting yesterday with two of our graduates who are beneficiaries of this, neither of whom intend to go. They might go beyond community college, but both of them showed up with over like 20 credits when they showed up, and they're both looking at entering the workforce as their top priority, with maybe finishing out a 4-year degree. But listening to those youngsters talk and the command they had about their future was a definite outgrowth of those years of 15, 16, 16, 17, 17, 18, where there was just a lot of rich conversation about this. So I'm sorry, I went on too long, but I'm running out of time to say things like this. So.
Just a quick comment too, so that you know, our career and technical education program last year was one of only 3 programs in the state of North Carolina that met or exceeded all 8 goals that North Carolina had set for the program.
We were definitely in no position to aspire to that in 15, 16. There was a lot of hard work that got us to that place, and very proud of our students, what they're doing with that opportunity.
So some of the work that has been in progress to support the implementation of this data analysis is the realignment of the curriculum, which addresses the accessibility for more students. There were some Tier 1 credentials, which are your surface level Microsoft, that were removed to make room for more Tier 2 industry recognized credentials based on the needs of our local community industry. Additionally, the courses were intentionally aligned to link students' growth from middle school to high school. The courses have been expanded to include more middle school offerings. One example of this is the medical terminology course that is offered at the middle school level that helps prepare students for the certified nursing assistant courses at the high school level. The Career Connect model works to connect students with the local community industry partners by providing opportunities for informational sessions and presentations about their work and how CTE is the foundation for a successful career. An example of this is most recently at our West End Middle School, LifeLink flew in their medical helicopter onto their field, where they were also joined by their medical team, EMS, who allowed students to see and learn how they work and operate within this career. CTE has also continued their BT support model that creates opportunities for beginning teachers to shadow veteran teachers and promote peer conversations to ensure a successful transition from the workforce into the academic environment. And at this time, Donna will pick up and share with you some strides that we're taking to continue this work moving forward.
So as I told you when we started, you would hear a very focused, deliberate, you saw some repetition on those slides, and that was deliberate because we are very focused on the work we're doing to improve our academic achievement. Moving forward, and Elizabeth talked about the science of reading. So when you hear science of reading for North Carolina, you're going to hear the acronym LETTERS, which stands for Language Essentials for Teachers of Reading and Spelling. This is the required training that was outlined in a Senate bill that requires all pre-K, NC pre-K through 5th grade teachers to be trained. Our kindergarten through 5th grade teachers will receive ongoing training over the next 2 years, or over the 2 years when we start the training, of this LETTERS training. But it is about the science of reading, and we're super excited about that. It is going to really equip our teachers with some really quality tools of how to decrease and increase our reading achievement for all of our learners. We also have the Moore County non-negotiables that you saw sort of thread throughout that Dr. Locklear is going to share in just a moment. We will continue to focus though on the fidelity of those non-negotiables. Professional development, we are so excited that we're in our professional development rounds. We just had a fall PD session with our K-8 teachers, and we're getting phenomenal feedback about the supports and the resources and strategies that they were able to put into use in their classrooms. Assessment and instructional practices, you've heard us sing the praises that you guys provided through the ESSER funds by voting to allow us to have iReady, and that is a dynamic assessment platform that provides, though, the instructional ways to support our learners at a differentiated level so that we're able to individualize every learner's pathway and ensure that they're achieving and decreasing those academic gaps. The data dive protocols, we've really as a team been, we're super excited about these. We've been going into schools, working with their teams. We've worked with some school improvement teams on really what does the data tell us, and then what are the action steps to improve that data. And then performance matters. I remember last year when Marcy Cooper presented, Mr. Levy got really excited about a spreadsheet that she had. So Performance Matters is a tool that sort of lets us have a digital data wall so our teachers can analyze in their PLTs, their individual students, multiple data points so that we can look at their data points and really make a difference on educating our learners and making sure that we are growing their minds and increasing their ability to work with complex text and problem solve. So
Let me just make a comment, Ms. Gephardt. The assessments and instructional practices with the iReady tool that you mentioned was a recurring theme that we heard from our school improvement teams as they presented, with that iReady providing the ability to focus in on those students who were behind and they needed to work with individually to develop their academic growth patterns. And so it appears that tool has really been helpful for our school, for our educators.
It has been.
Since we're talking about iReady, right, I voted, I understand iReady, you know, obviously it's an artificial intelligence tool that I mean, that's what it does, is it sits down, it uses artificial intelligence to assess where the student is and present increasing or decreasing, and then it reports back to the teacher. It is a wonderful tool. It is a wonderful tool. I think it was unanimous, the vote for it. But I would caution that we need to look into if there's any privacy implications of that, because, you know, obviously if a student sits down and logs in or accesses iReady and it knows where the student was, so it picks up where it left off, it's building a profile for the student. It's storing that information and it's tied to that student. So this isn't the forum for it. I just, you know, we need to be reassured that there's student privacy with that data, because it is building quite the profile of those students.
Amen to that, and yes, that will be that's always, we're never gonna say we're there with student privacy. That's always gonna be a challenge with everything that we do. I just want to emphasize that the Federal Education Right to Privacy Act, I believe, I get that right, because it used to be a different name. FERPA meant something different years ago, and so recently Dr. Locklear actually corrected me on that. I had to stop using the old acronym. But that's a pretty serious federal law. And whether it's a contractor or a staff member or somebody at DPI, they better take it seriously, because there's a lot of things that you can mess up on multiple times before you lose your job, but messing up on student privacy can get you gone in a hurry. And so it is something that is knitted into the culture. It's just hard for sometimes outsiders to see that, but that's something we've taken seriously for generations, no matter what FERPA stood for. So yes, it continues and will always be a priority. So.
And so I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Locklear to sum up with our 2021-2022 non-negotiables.
Thank you, Donna. Thank you, team. Appreciate the update and the information and the focus on where we've done well and where we need to continue to focus to move forward. And you've seen, the board has seen this non-negotiable chart before, and it represents, and you can see that the information that the team has shared with you is certainly integrated into these foundational non-negotiables that represent what I might call the guardrails around the art and science of how we're going to press the gas to have a sense of urgency towards increased academic outcomes and success for students. And while we know these are the non-negotiables, the guardrails that we expect each school, each PLT, each teacher to be looking at implementing in their own way, we also know that each school, each PLT, each teacher brings their own artistic talents into the classroom. Each school has their own organic needs that they own, and they develop their goals around how they're going to implement these with fidelity and monitor through the impact of these strategies so they can be tweaked and changed as we move forward, because we're passionate about focusing on where we need to improve in this domain, in the academic achievement of our students, as we continue to engage them and we inspire them so we can see that success. So we'll pause here to see if there's any questions from the board before we move forward into the next domain and next update.
Any questions at this point? All right, then
Madam
I
Chair,
guess-
do you want to move straight forward? Do you want to?
Let's
Yeah,
take a.
Do you have a staff transition? You
We
got
do.
some
We have a staff
people leaving and
transition,
some
need to
people
get Dr.
coming.
Powers.
Yeah.
and
Brief break, Madam Chair, just stretch
Try
and
to
use the
make
restroom.
Like 10:15.
Everybody okay? 10:15?
10:15, okay.
Okay.
Well, I said, it's a great business, you never have
So,
to deal with anybody.
we'll go ahead and restart again since we've, still have a lot to go through. And I guess we're back to Dr. Locklear to move us on.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair. Just very quickly, we've got Dr. Seth Powers, our Director for Student Support Services, and Lucinda Dedman, our Assistant Director for Student Support Services, are going to lead us through our Domain 2 strategic plan update. Very similar format. Going to work through looking at what those objectives are, defining those key terms that we know there's been some potential questions that the board may have about those terms and how Moore County school staff define those, our progress, our measurable outcomes, and areas we know we need to get better on, and those continue areas of focus. So, Dr. Powers.
Thank you, Dr. Locklear. So, yeah, as Dr. Locklear shared, we're going to start just by taking a look at Domain 2 and the objectives involved. And just as in Domain 1, academic achievement, which focused on engaging and capturing students' minds, Domain 2, student safety, health, and welfare, is going to focus on engaging and capturing students' hearts in order to support improved academics and successful academic outcomes. And Domain 2 certainly supports academic achievement and improvement. So we look at Objective 1. The district will create safe, supportive, and engaging school cultures. This focuses on creating positive school cultures, including physical safety and security on campuses. Objective 2, the district will review and revise policies and implement strategies designed to reduce discipline disparities, which relates to equitable outcomes and focuses specifically on reducing discipline disparities. And finally, Objective 3, the district will support students with mental and physical health challenges and will assist students in crisis. This relates to health and wellness and is focused on meeting both the mental and physical health needs of students. Supportive, positive school cultures, reduce discipline disparities, and supporting safety, health, and wellness all lead to improved academic outcomes. So just as Dr. Grimacy shared earlier and Ms. Gephardt did with Domain 1, we also want to provide some information related to some terms that you'll see that you may or may not be familiar with. And we want to provide a definition of those key terms that you'll see as a part of our presentation. The first term is diversity, and Moore County Schools' definition of diversity is the presence of differences among people that may include race, gender, religion, sexual orientation, ethnicity, nationality, socioeconomic status, language, disability or ability, age, religious commitment, or political perspective in a group or community. Moore County Schools always strives to be sensitive to the presence of diversity in all settings. We recognize the strength that diverse perspectives bring to any group or circumstance. The second term is equity. Moore County Schools' definition of equity is the removal of barriers so that all students have access to what they need to succeed in school. An example of equity in this sense would be providing hotspots to families who do not have reliable access to the internet in their homes, which means these students may not be fully connected in order to complete online assignments, do online research, or fully participate in virtual learning. In this example, the barrier is limited internet access, and as a district, we remove that barrier by providing a hotspot to ensure reliable internet access. In striving for equity, we are seeking to provide for fundamental fairness in terms of access and opportunities for students to be successful. Equity includes paying attention to what may inspire students to strive for success and also what may be discouraging for our students.
Could I ask a question? You used the term equitable outcome. What is an equitable outcome?
We would obviously like to see all students be successful, so ultimately that's what we're seeking to do, so to provide opportunities for all students to be successful.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir. The next term is disparity. Moore County Schools' definition is a disparity exists when a group is either underrepresented or overrepresented on a particular measure. A focus on disparity is the same as focusing on our student subgroups, such as exceptional children, subgroups by race, or free and reduced lunch status. Examples of disparities related to our district can be found when there is over or under representation of a subgroup on a particular measure. When disparity exists, it's likely that a group of students may feel less inspired or even discouraged by our practices. The next key term is restorative practices. The district's definition is restorative practices make sure students learn from their mistakes and have the opportunity to repair relationships instead of only facing exclusionary punishment. Restorative practices establish a culture that is grounded in accountability and responsibility so that students feel that they belong and want to be successful in school. Some examples of restorative practices include a consequence for cleaning for vandalism or property damage offenses. For example, if a student vandalizes a school bathroom, part of the consequence could be cleaning up the mess that they made. Another example currently used in Moore County schools is Aspire. Aspire is a program for first-time tobacco offenders where their consequence is completing an online tobacco cessation education program in lieu of receiving out-of-school suspension. A final example used in Moore County schools is the Second Chance program operated by our Moore County Schools Police. Students who are charged for the first time may be given the option to write an essay about their mistake, attend a half-day Saturday session where they participate in an educational program, and also do community service. If meeting program requirements, the charge is dropped and does not go on the student's record. The final term is social emotional learning. Moore County Schools' definition of social emotional learning is that SEL is teaching students to understand themselves and other people so that they can self-regulate their emotions, behavior, and relationships to make responsible decisions and achieve academic success. SEL competencies are closely aligned and many times referred to as soft skills or employability skills that employers are seeking in new hires. This chart shows how specific SEL competencies align with corresponding soft skills. So for example, self-awareness, grit, growth mindset, and self-management correspond closely with professionalism, strong work ethic, initiative, cheerfulness, flexibility, and adaptability. Social awareness and relationship skills also correspond with communication, teamwork, collaboration, friendliness, politeness, kindness, and helpfulness. Responsible decision-making corresponds with leadership, ethics, problem-solving, resource management, and trustworthiness.
Well, we could just start a scout troop.
Citizenship. So those are all of our terms. At this time, I'd like to share some information related to significant progress that has been made over the last 2 years related to objectives 1 and 2 that were shared earlier.
Could I just interject one thing?
Sure.
And this is just a suggestion. The term equity is so misunderstood by the public and so misdefined because the way you're defining it is quite reasonable, okay? The way the public and the news media defines it and the way the politicians define it is extremely polarizing. I would hope that we would find some different language other than the word equity to describe what we're talking about. I'm not talking about anything different. It's just a word that has become so ambiguous, especially with the public, that it hurts us overall. And that's just a suggestion that I hope the staff can look at.
I'd like to say I agree with what you're saying. I was just reading an article this morning about surveys saying that in a similar way, the social emotional learning phrase is not liked by a lot of people, and that most parents actually do approve of teaching kids how to get along with each other and being responsible. But when you call it social emotional learning, a lot of parents don't like that phrase. So I think you're absolutely right that that's something that we could think about changing the phrasing.
Yes.
it's interesting because I had a similar but slightly different observation from Mr. Levy, because, you know, I'm sitting there looking at these and going, well, that's reasonable, that's reasonable. And then I hearken back to the Marine Corps planning process, and, you know, you have to define doctrinal terms. If you have a doctrinal term, you have to define it, and then that definition needs to be clearly understood throughout the entire organization. And where I had a similar observation but slightly different, we need to make sure that however we define doctrinal terms up here, that's clearly understood all the way down to the most distant classroom, and that's how it's implemented. And it's not reinterpreted either more strictly or less strictly, because you know, I have concerns. You know, you look up here as Mr. Levy opined, you look up here and you go, yeah, that's reasonable, but I have concerns if that is not getting reinterpreted as it traverses the chain of command, so to speak.
And that's where professional development comes in, and accountability, but particularly professional development. But I hope you all have felt this. I thought this was a strong aspect of the presentation that Dr. Locklear and Dr. Metcalf put together with the staff. We haven't done that before, and it does recognize that there have been some spirited conversations about these topics. But since they were already built into the fabric of the strategic plan, the staff was very intentional about making sure that whatever anybody else's definitions were, that there was no doubt about what the staff's definition was. And so, but the points are well taken, and I agree with Ms. Dedman. Thank you, gentlemen, both.
Thank you. Okay, so as we look at our significant progress related to student and staff health and wellness, we're very proud of the district's work in managing the pandemic over the past year and a half in terms of planning, implementation, and tracking. Our health and safety protocols and work collaborations with outside agencies such as our local health department, First Health, and DHHS allowed for continuous face-to-face learning last school year, as students were always in school at least 2 days a week in the fall, with elementary students back full-time after the holiday break and secondary students back full-time for the last 9 weeks of school. Although there's been a shift to more of a focus on health and wellness over the past year and a half, safety and security on campuses is always critical. Our most significant work has focused on the weakest point of our emergency response plans, which is reunification in the event of a crisis. In collaboration with Moore County Public Safety, Moore County Schools will be utilizing the I Love You Guys Foundation's standard reunification method. Individual school reunification kits have been created and include both the basic equipment needed and staff leader instruction notebooks for a successful reunification. The district is planning for standard reunification method training for school teams this spring and will be working with public safety to plan for reunification functional safety exercises similar to the active shooter tabletop and the functional safety exercises held in the 2 consecutive years prior to the COVID-19 pandemic.
I'm sorry, I'm a little bit lost on this one. So our reunification is what, children to families to?
Yes, ma'am. So if there were ever a crisis situation on a campus which required either evacuation of that campus, where all students had to be transported to an off-site evacuation center, we would need a plan for how are we going to reunite these students with their parents and be accountable for that and make sure we're getting the student with the right individual.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And isn't that part of the safety plan that we reviewed, what was it, 6 months ago, something like that, Dr. Grimacy?
Yes, sir.
That's what I thought.
Yes, sir. But as always, we got to refine those plans, and if we find another way to do it better than the way we've been practicing it in the past, this is an example.
And we also try to learn from what you see happen in other districts, unfortunately, and learn from that process. So this is an area we need to make sure we're fine-tuning and improving as we move forward.
And as I stated, we feel pretty good about our preparation, our training, what we would do in the actual event of the crisis. But as we looked at that, we had put a lot of effort into that for 2 or 3 years, and then said, okay, we're ready to really focus on this. Seems to be, although we have a plan for reunification, it could be much better, and we would feel much better about it if it were more detailed and just a better process. So that's why we've looked at that. We actually the standard reunification method is something that was a collaborative effort between us and Moore County Public Safety. We discussed some options and landed on that we felt like that was the best option, not only for our district, but also for public safety as they come to our schools to support us. Moore County Schools continues to focus on and has made significant progress related to creating positive school cultures over the past 2 years. This progress includes a year-long review and revision of the Student Code of Conduct, which was adopted by the board in July of 2020. This included multiple stakeholder feedback sessions, resulting in a more comprehensive and specific document that holds students accountable for inappropriate behaviors while, when appropriate, encouraging non-exclusionary discipline in order to keep students in school. The district has also partnered with More Buddies Mentoring through a Juvenile Crime Prevention Council grant to start a structured day program offering opportunities for alternative placement at a More Buddies Mentoring site in lieu of out-of-school suspension. The aforementioned Aspire program is another example of an alternative to out-of-school suspension program. For the past 2 years, each school has focused on a structured equity disparity problem of practice based on the individual needs of the school as determined by examining disparities in school data. As we have shared previously, Capturing Kids' Hearts is a model for promoting connectedness and positive relationships in school through a focus on adult behaviors. Moore County Schools continues to train additional school staffs in the Capturing Kids' Hearts model, with Southern Pines Elementary and Aberdeen Elementary staffs beginning implementation of the model this year, in 2021-22. They now join Southern Middle, Cranes Creek Middle, Elise Middle, and McDeeds Creek Elementary as the other schools in the district with full implementation.
Dr. Powers, the problem of practice model came up multiple times on the day that the school improvement teams were here presenting their plans. Dr. Metcalf or Dr. Locklear, could you just cite an example of a subgroup academic outcome that is the subject of one of our schools' problem of practice approaches? Just one quick one, just to refresh everybody's memory from the school improvement plan discussion.
One quick one could be looking at the students who are identified for your academically and gifted programs and the disparities that exist in the school around that, and looking to target our African American students or our Hispanic students to increase their abilities to qualify for that and move forward.
See what we can do to increase their qualifications and make their parents aware of those opportunities. Could you cite one that has to do with an academic outcome?
Absolutely. We've also looked at disparities where you have a school that's looking at math outcomes of students. And what are we doing to target that subgroup in math to help target their abilities and make sure we're helping them move forward.
That could be EC, that could be economically disadvantaged, it could be black, it could be Hispanic, it could be white, it could be male, it could be any number of things. And our principal, is that considered part of the principal's evaluation process?
Yes, we sit down and discuss that with the principal and ask him to report that out to us as well. And it's part of our regular meetings with our entire leadership team, our entire principals, as we're reporting out on that process.
Okay, so Mr. Levy, your consistent reminder to us of the need to focus on subgroups, you should
Yes.
take great comfort in that, in the potential for that going forward.
I am, and I just want to make sure, because I think I know the answer to the question, but I think the public needs to know that as we try to inspire, I think it is, the members of the subgroup to get into academically gifted and advanced placement classes, I want to assure the public that we're not lowering those standards for those programs, but that we are trying to help those who are disadvantaged of our subgroups to rise up to meet those standards. Correct?
Exactly correct. And, you
Okay.
know, one thing that we have heard from our students in the past is that for some of our minority students in high school, for example, they're not perhaps, although they are very capable of being successful in honors and advanced placement courses, they're not as likely to seek to take those courses. And what we have heard many times is, well, there are no other children like me as a part of those courses, and and that's something we wanna focus on that and build that. So-
And I will add that their feedback sometimes as seniors, okay, and when they're seniors, they're more likely to tell us stories about how, now that they're 17 or 18, they look back and they've given us feedback on how we discouraged them, perhaps unintentionally along the way, or what we could have done to encourage them more than what we did. And that's the focus of those kinds of conversations. There are things that we could do to help them be more aware of what their capabilities are so they may take more full advantage of it.
And there is also peer pressure not to aspire to that, and creating an ethos within the school for success among all groups, including our subgroups. That's a challenge which I know you're trying to meet, and I hope we're doing it.
And this-
Absolutely.
This is a place to point out as well, very quickly, what we call ISIL versus lice. You don't want lice. Nobody wants lice. So we want to focus on instruction, curriculum, and the environment before we look at the learner. What are we doing with instruction? What are we doing with a curriculum? What are we doing in the environment to set up success for the learner? If we start with the learner, sometimes we get lice versus getting student success. So that's something we really focus on. We want to make sure we focus on those things. What are we doing to set up the best environment, the best curriculum, and the best instruction for that learner to be successful? So we have to look at us and what we're doing with that. So that's a perfect example of that, what we're talking about with these problem of practice. What are we doing in order to set up success for these learners?
Absolutely. All right, at this time, I'm gonna turn it over to Ms. Dedman, and she's going to share some significant progress related to Objective 3.
So, Objective 3, looking at the mental health and wellness, is easily covered by our new state mandated mental health plan, which is the big picture is here. Number 1, universal promotion of mental and social emotional wellness and prevention through core instruction, curriculum, and environment. There's ICE that Dr. Locklear was just talking about. This includes a mental health training program and a suicide risk referral protocol. Our SEL, Social Emotional Learning Framework, includes greeting students every day as a daily check-in and to establish relationships, engaging lessons, and an optimistic launch every day at the end of the lesson, as well as teaching the SEL competencies. The mental health training includes 6 hours for staff working directly with students and an abbreviated training schedule for those who interact with students but not all day long. Number 2, early intervention for mental and social emotional health as part of the public school unit's intervention system. That includes individual or group counseling with our school personnel. Number 3 is referral, treatment, and reentry. That's for students needing intensive supports. We refer those parents to community mental health providers and then work with the providers to support the students in our school or to help them with a smooth transition back to school if they need to be out. Number 4, our suicide risk referral protocol that is provided to school personnel who work directly with students in grades 6 through 12, which is required, and K through 5, which is recommended. We use signs of suicide as training in our secondary schools, and we'd use a brief training for K through 5 teachers on suicide awareness. If there is a concern about a student, we conduct a suicide assessment, notify the parents, and make appropriate recommendations.
May I ask, the state mandated school mental health plan, that's another unfunded mandate, correct?
There is no monies attached to it, although it does provide us a framework with what is needed in our schools. It does encourage, additional mental health personnel, but doesn't require it. But it doesn't really.
It doesn't pay for it.
Yeah, right, and
Right.
doesn't pay for it, exactly.
Okay.
But it really doesn't require something that costs additional money. So the training, for example, which you would think would be expensive, is there's more than one program out there that is free for our teachers. I mean, it requires time of the teachers, but we don't have to pay for that. And we had already purchased the Signs of Suicide program prior to this mental health law. But yes, it does not have money attached to it.
I also, I don't mean, are you finished? Okay, yeah. I also want to make sure of, again, and I think I also know the answer to the question. We are not using Panorama as a tool for social emotional learning other than creating some surveys, which are now, which are not on calendar right now, correct?
Correct, they're not on calendar right now, but that is a survey platform that we used and compiles data, which when we're reporting out on measurable outcomes in a few moments, you'll see what that looks like from the survey platform, but it's.
Right, but we're not using their services for social emotional learning, correct?
We are not contracted with them for any professional development and any social emotional learning PD. That is correct.
Okay, I just want the public to understand that, because that is, that's a big touchy subject.
Yes,
We
sir.
do have lesson plans available for all of our schools that we have, I have collected and curated, and it on a shared, shared drive for teachers to use, a number of different curriculum that they can choose the lesson plans from.
But those are not connected.
Those are not
Those are not
Panorama.
Panorama, so.
Okay,
that's a
I was
separate
just,
thing.
I was
Yeah.
literally talking, I was
that-
literally
yeah.
talking about Panorama.
Yeah.
I wasn't
That's-
talking about
These-
anything
these are
else.
That's an
lesson
answer to a
plans for
question that he
other
didn't ask, so let me just
Sorry about
pull
that.
that back.
I was
Yeah.
just saying that we were
If I
having-
could,
yeah,
yeah, just,
different. It comes from a different place.
yeah, Panorama, survey only, and even that's controversial, so.
Yes, yes, it is.
It's sort of like.
Yes, it is, but but we're on social emotional learning right now. and
That's
what I
right,
want
that's
to-
right. It's a fair
to deal with.
question, but we've even suspended that for the time being for the reasons we discussed the other day.
That's right, but I want the public to understand that.
Yes, sir,
And I think that's quite important.
and I appreciate that, thank you.
Yeah.
So our,
So
I just had one more thing about that we measure our progress on the mental health plan through our surveys, the student surveys in the past, our teacher working condition surveys. We have a yearly school health assessment and performance evaluation system measure that we do every year to check to see how we're doing. And then also feedback from the student and parent advisory councils. So that's how we measure what we're doing. All right.
Very good, thank you. All right, next we're going to take a look at some of our measurable key outcomes. In this data, we'll see some areas which have shown considerable success, for which we are very proud, and other areas where there is still considerable work to be done. So we're going to first look at data related to the effectiveness of the implementation of Capturing Kids' Hearts model in select schools. This is an area in which specific data shows measurable improvement in areas of school culture at these particular schools. This chart shows teacher-student relationship data from SEL surveys administered from 2018 to 2020 for Southern Middle School, Cranes Creek Middle, and Elise Middle School. These three schools were fully implementing Capturing Kids' Hearts prior to the pandemic year of 2019-20. Since McDeeds Creek Elementary did not begin implementation until 2019-20, and Southern Pines Elementary and Aberdeen Elementary did not begin implementation until this year, they are not included in this data. Because part of the premise of Capturing Kids' Hearts is improving school cultures through improving teacher-student relationships, this is relevant data for measuring the model's effectiveness. The numbers shown show the percent of favorable student responses to these questions related to teacher-student relationships for each school year. A favorable student response is to either agree or strongly agree with the question. And I will also share that responses are on a Likert scale with 5 response options. 2 options are unfavorable, 2 options are favorable, and 1 option is neutral. To be a favorable response, it has to be one of the 2 favorable responses, such as agree or strongly agree. Over 3 years, the percent of favorable responses at Cranes Creek Middle increased from 48% to 66%, at Southern Middle from 51% to 65%, and at Elise Middle from 63% to 74% in terms of favorable responses by students related to their teacher-student relationships.
At what point in the year were these surveys done? Like at the end of each year,
It's generally a mid-year,
mid-year?
yep. For the SEL survey. SEL survey was mid-year.
So I guess I have a question on this one. And, it's like being a parent. You can be a parent or you can be a friend, or you can be anything in between, right? And it's a spectrum. And I just, teacher-student relationships, is this a measure that the students like the teachers or that the teachers are effective? Because there's a difference.
Yeah, it's a measure of the relationship between the teacher and the student. So this would be, and we do know that, when students do feel positively about their teacher, they are more likely to do better academically. So this would be things where the teacher is striving to show that they have some interest in the student, build a connection with the student, show that they care for the student, in addition to providing effective academic instruction. So if you can combine those two things, that's where you get the most
If I
bang for your
recall the
buck.
questions, a lot of them have to do with the students' perceptions of the degree to which the teacher is fair, the degree to which they feel as though the teacher respects them, the degree to which they trust the teacher. So it's not about whether or not, it's not like a popularity rating for favorability rating for the president. It's more of you ask fundamental questions of trust, respect, and fairness in the classroom, and that's where you come up with that
And Dr.
measure.
Grimsey, as an example, I'll give
Go
a
ahead.
few examples of the questions. One, how respectful are your teachers toward you? Another, if you walked into the class upset, how concerned would your teacher be? How excited would you be to have your teacher again? So those are some examples.
Yeah, that's sort of the difference between that and popularity, I think, where you get at.
The only reason I bring it up is I would be concerned, without seeing the questions and understanding the science behind it, I would be concerned that the more stern and strict the teacher is, then the lower that this would reflect, because a student, especially a young student, may not be able to separate the difference between a teacher who's showing love through discipline vice a teacher who's lax and let students do as they please. And,
enough.
So I just,
Yeah, fair enough.
I think that there's concerns with this measurement.
The statistical significance of this change indicates to you that there's no way that stern teachers are going to get downgraded with this kind of improvement that you have there. I think that it's safe to say, as Dr. Powers and Ms. Debman and I work with the Student Advisory Committee, and as I get around, have lunch with students, spend lots of time talking to students, I think our students have a keen sense of the difference between a stern teacher that they respect and one that's just being mean to them.
Right.
And I think that there are plenty of stern teachers that in these three schools, and there's no way these numbers would go up if those stern teachers were not being judged as fair, trustworthy, and respectful of their students. I think our students are able to see that.
Okay, at this time, I'm going to turn it back over to Ms. Debman, and she's going to cover some of our survey data with you.
Okay, so our survey data is going to, you're going to see 3 charts for each of the surveys that we've done. The first chart will talk about the current, the current fall SEL data from last year. The second chart will compare with, thank you, I don't know what happened to my paper. The second graph will be the change over the last 3 survey administrations, and then the third graph for each survey will be the current data broken out by our largest demographic groups. The
Let me
white-
change that, most updated data. It's not current, it's most updated.
Yeah, it's from last, yes.
Right, current
yes,
makes it
thank
sound
you.
like we've just
Just
done
did
it this
You're right.
fall. We
So
did
fall
not
of
do that. I
2020, a
just
year
again,
ago.
recognizing the sensitivities on some of
Thank
these
you.
topics, I want to make sure we're
Thank you.
accurate about that.
Thank you. So please note that the SEL survey has 2 parts to it, the student SEL competencies and student perceptions of the supports and environment at their school. In addition, each part is divided into 3rd through 5th grades and 6th through 12th grades. Okay, so the first thing we're gonna look at is the student SEL competencies in 3rd through 5th grade, remembering that the term favorable response indicates the student checked either agree or strongly agree on the question. Okay, so this first chart shows about the, so sorry. Right, I don't know
That's,
what's happened to me.
I think it's
Go way ahead.
just those two. Yeah, it's
Those
like
two?
that's a front and back.
Oh, there we go. Okay, thank you.
Is this
Okay.
percentage positive? It says student-teacher relationships, 82%, for instance. Is that percentage positive?
On
Well, I'm just looking at your chart,
Yeah.
at your blue, I'll call it the blue chart.
the blue chart, right?
Right, it says student-teacher relationships, 82% positive. Is that?
This is- there's
po-
no 82%.
Yeah, right.
82%, it doesn't say positive.
You're on the wrong
You're
chart.
not on the same chart.
Yeah, we're right now, we're on the SEL competencies for third through fifth grade.
Oh, page 66, okay.
Slide 66.
All right.
Yeah. Okay, so,
I'm ahead of you.
this chart shows the results of our third through fifth grade social emotional learning survey conducted in fall of 2020. Specifically, these are the SEL competencies we measured, asking how students perceive their own social emotional skills. The first column shows the 4 competencies we measured: social awareness, grit, self-efficacy, and growth mindset. The second column shows the percent favorable responses to the questions. So for example, for social awareness, 69 out of 100 students had favorable responses to the questions. The third column shows how we compare nationally to other schools taking the survey. The percentile in that column is a relative ranking comparing to other schools taking the survey across the country. For example, if we're at the 79th percentile, 79% of respondents scored lower than our students. And the last column shows the change from the previous year. So in looking at these data here, you can see we had some drops in self-efficacy and growth mindset, and we noted that this was the year that the pandemic happened, and feeling like maybe that had something to do with the way students felt due to the pandemic. Okay, so this next chart talks about the change over time from 2018 to 2019, still talking about our student perceptions of their own competencies. So social awareness and grit showed steady increases, while self-efficacy and growth mindset initially increased that first year, but then returned back to baseline during the pandemic. Okay. And finally, this graph shows the percentage of students who answered favorably by race and ethnicity for each of the competencies. In social awareness, 70% of white students responded favorably to the questions, 65% of black students responded favorably, and 71% of Hispanic students had favorable responses. For the questions about grit, percent favorable responses were 55% of white students, 59% of black students, and 57% of Hispanic students. In self-efficacy, percent favorable responses were 58% of white students, 52% of black students, and 55% of Hispanic students. And in growth mindset, percent favorable responses were 55% of white students, 53% of black students, and 59% of Hispanic students.
So let me ask you a question.
Mhm.
Given the relative equality, if I might say, of all these responses among the subgroups, but given the disparity in achievement among the subgroups, how does this help us at all?
Well,
In other words, I would expect that there would be a difference in the subgroups, much more than I see, in order to, if it helps to explain the education gap among the subgroups. But if this doesn't explain the education gap among the subgroups, how important is this to us?
Mr.
So-
Levy, I think that's a great question. I'm glad you asked it. If I could, I'm going to escalate the pay grade on the answer to Dr. Locklear and Dr. Metcalf, because that's kind of the domain between you looking at the social emotional side and the group that was in here before looking at the academic side. You're the two that actually think about those questions a lot. So, Ms. Dedman, perhaps they start and then you can add to whatever it is. Gentlemen?
Well, I think in all of these, this isn't the percent positive responses in any of these categories we'd like to see from any of our students. We would like to see it at higher. We'd like to see continue to improve, first of all. Second of all, we do believe that when you're setting up great, safe, healthy environments, and you're supporting students and you're listening to their perceptions, When you're able to grow that, you're able to grow their abilities to be successful. So that's why this data is important, why it doesn't show the same disparities that our academic outcomes show. We do believe continuing to pay attention to it and continue to monitor it and continue to increase our abilities to grow our students' perceptions in these areas, we're able to grow their abilities to be good academic students and be successful. So that's why it continues to be important to us.
And I would add that these are the competencies, these are the perceptions of their own skills. And a little further on, we will be looking at the perception of the supports and environment in the school based by race too, which is there's a little bit more of a difference there in a few slides.
This is district-wide.
This is district-wide, 3rd through 5th grade.
Are they available, broken down by school as well?
Yes.
Madam Chair, if I could for a minute, I have to leave. I have a pre-existing commitment that we discussed, but I jumped ahead a bit because I knew I had to leave. And following Mr. Levy's a follow-on to Mr. Levy's comment is I'm really surprised because we've known about the academic achievement gap, and it's horrible, right? And then we go down here to social emotional learning, and it's like, wow, everything's on par. We've got grit, we've got all these social emotional, social awareness, growth mindset. Man, everything's right there on par. But then skipping ahead a few slides, I don't mean to steal anyone's thunder, but you go to discipline, and all of a sudden you have this huge disparity. So I think that as a group, when we reconvene, once we have an opportunity to absorb this and think it through, I think we need to have a discussion on, and I don't know what the discussion is, but you've got academic achievement disparity, you've got disciplinary, and then you got the social. So and what all that means is Dr. Grimacy's sitting there looking like maybe he has a conclusion for another day, but I got to scoot out, and this is my way of saying that unfortunately I have to leave, but I look forward to watching this on video.
No, the only thing I have is compliments. I think you've observed what would appear to be a paradox that deserves some further attention, and I'm glad we have the data. Whether or not we do surveys in the future, I think this does raise some compelling questions that are worthy of revisiting in the future. So my compliments to both of you for the question, and we'll pick up on that as we go deeper into this in the coming months.
The other thing I'd like to, before you
Which I'll view video streaming, of course.
Before you go, just be aware that for our secondary, this is 3rd through 5th grade, but our 6th through 12th grade students are not as, their scores are much lower on these competencies, just so you're aware.
And I would,
I'll keep it.
Yeah.
and I would echo what Dr. Locklear said, in that, when we look at the numbers here, grit 56, self-efficacy 56, growth mindset 55% positive or favorable responses, those aren't nearly what we'd like to see those be. I mean, something 70% or above, we could feel pretty good about maybe.
Across the board, but the point is still taken that if you have substantial disparity in subgroup outcomes, but you have limited disparity in terms of student perceptions of self on these different measures, it's a very compelling question.
Absolutely.
Well, and then I'll just say that I'm going to make my closing comments now, if I could. So, look, everybody here, everybody involved in education, and I hope every member of the public, we all want well-educated students, young adults who enter either college or the workforce as young adults, and they're prepared, for the military, vocation, college, fine arts or whatever. But we have to make sure by looking at this that our approach is correct. And that's the purpose of this. There was a strategic plan laid out 3 or 4 years ago, whatever the timeline was. There's been time to implement some programs. Unfortunately, our data is going to be skewed because of the remote learning, but we have got to understand what all this means, and then have hopefully a lively discussion and debate as to what it means, and then as a group come up with our, adjust our strategic plans. And obviously that's the process that we're beginning today. Anyway, thank you.
Okay, so now we're going to talk about the same competencies, but in our secondary students, 6th through 12th grade. So remembering that our competencies are social awareness, grit, growth mindset, and self-efficacy. And here you can see, as opposed to the 3rd through 5th graders who were in the green dots compared to the nation, our secondary students are all in the lowest, below the 20th percentile. These scores are the lowest 1/5 as compared to national data, and unfortunately, the favorable responses decreased from the year before in 3 of the 4 competencies. So this is clearly an area that needs continued focus. Looking back 3 years, this chart indicates the change over the past 3 administrations of the SEL survey from 2018 to 2020. Social awareness has had very little change, but the other 3 were trending down before the pandemic. Again, we need to continue to focus on this way. We just began our SEL training and implemented the framework in 2020, 2021, so our work is just in its infancy, and we'd like to hopefully see some improvement in the future. And then finally, our SEL competencies broken down by race and ethnicity. Social awareness, favorable responses were 59% of white students, 53% of black students, and 57% of Hispanic students. In GRIT, favorable responses were 48% of white students, 53% of black students, and 49% of Hispanic students. Self-efficacy, the favorable responses were 41% of white students, 38% of black students, and 40% of Hispanic students. And finally, growth mindset, they had favorable responses on 45% of white students, 42% of black students, and 39% of Hispanic students.
Okay, so Cinda covered the SEL competencies portion of the survey, so now I'm going to talk about the student supports and environment portion of the SEL survey. Again, this is from the fall 2020 administration. And we'll start with reviewing feedback from our students in grades 3 through 5. Okay. The 4 question categories measured in the student supports and environment portion of the survey include teacher-student relationships, school safety, sense of belonging, and engagement. Overall, grades 3 through 5 students report positive responses about their schools. We see positive increases in the percent of favorable responses in each area, with school safety showing the largest gain of 15 percentage points from the previous year. We also see that in comparison to national averages, the percent favorable response rates fall into the highest percentile rankings between the 80th and 99th percentile for each of the 4 categories. Okay, so again, now we're going to look at change over time. This graph represents grades 3 through 5% favorable responses related to those student supports and environment categories over 3 survey administrations from 2018 to 2020. So again, now we're looking at change over time. In addition to seeing positive gains in favorable responses on the 2020 survey, this slide demonstrates positive gains each year from 2018 to 2020. Favorable responses for teacher-student relationships improved from 76 to 82%, for school safety from 57 to 74%, for sense of belonging from 66 to 72%, and for engagement from 61 to 66%. This graph demonstrates percent favorable responses in those 4 categories by race for the fall of the 2020 survey administration. The data shows some variation in favorable responses by students based on their race, ethnicity. So as we look at teacher-student relationships, favorable responses by white students was 83%, black students 78%, and Hispanic students 81%. School safety, responses by white students was favorable responses by white students was 78%, black students 63%, and Hispanic students 67%. Related to sense of belonging, favorable responses by white students was 73%, black students 68%, and Hispanic students 74%. And finally, related to engagement, favorable responses by white students was 67%, black students 63%, and Hispanic students 71%. So that completes grades 3 through 5. So now we'll look at grades 6 through 12 related to student supports and environment from the fall 2020 SEL survey. So again, the 4 question categories measured remain the same. They are teacher-student relationship, school safety, sense of belonging, and engagement. The grades 6 through 12 data shows some mixed results. We see very positive increases in the percent of favorable responses in school safety, showing a gain of 19 percentage points from the previous year, and teacher-student relationship showing a 10 percentage point gain. As discussed on a previous slide, grades 3 through 5 students also showed the greatest increase in the area of school safety. For grades 3 through 12, we believe this is due to students recognizing the district's efforts to combat COVID-19 through required prevention measures and protocols in order to keep them healthy, well, and safe at school. In relation to teacher-student relationship responses being particularly improved, we gained valuable feedback from our Superintendent Student Advisory Council. They shared overwhelmingly that their teachers put forth great effort during the pandemic to connect with them and meet their needs, possibly contributing to this gain. There were very minimal gains in sense of belonging and engagement, and these 2 areas are in the lowest national percentile range. We theorize that the pandemic and only being in school 2 days a week likely had a negative effect in these 2 areas, and those are 2 areas that we need to continue to focus on, obviously.
Just like to make one comment. I'm really happy to see school safety, how the students are rating that. That is significant to me. I don't care what the reason.
Absolutely. Okay, we'll now look at change over time related to student supports and environments for grades 6, 12, and again over 3 survey administrations from 2018 to 20. In addition to seeing positive gains and favorable responses on the 2020 survey, this slide also demonstrates overall positive gains from 2018 through 20. Favorable responses for teacher-student relationships improved from 54 to 64%, for school safety from 54 to 74%, for sense of belonging from 39 to 40%, and for engagement from 29 to 31%. Again, the areas of sense of belonging and engagement will need to be continued areas of focus for our secondary students particularly.
Can you define engagement, or did we already define that? Or just give me just a phrase that'll let me know what engagement is.
Yeah, and engagement would be related more to domain 1 in terms of academic achievement. However, engagement would be students being invested in what they're doing in their classroom and in their learning.
So in other words, involved in the school.
Correct.
Right, okay,
Yeah,
that's what I wanted.
Or their school or their class, yes.
Yeah,
What
a school or the
class.
class, you're
Yeah,
right,
uh-huh.
but that's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
Yep, thank you. Okay, now we're gonna look at responses by category and demographics. So this graph demonstrates percent favorable responses in those 4 supports and environment categories by race, ethnicity, again for the fall 2020 survey administration only. Again, the data shows some variation in favorable responses by students based on their race, ethnicity. Related to teacher-student relationships, favorable responses by white students was 64%, black students 62%, Hispanic students 66%. Related to school safety, white students, positive responses were 75%, black students 69%, and Hispanic students 73%. Related to sense of belonging, favorable responses by white students was 39%, black students 42%, and Hispanic students 46%. And finally, related to engagement, very similar. White students 30%, black students 32%, and Hispanic students 34%. So those are all the slides and data related to our social emotional learning survey. So now we'd like to examine data from the spring 2021 administration of our Moore County Schools Climate and Culture Survey, which was administered to students in grades 7, 9, and 11. And just as our SEL survey has traditionally been administered around mid-year, the Climate Culture Survey traditionally has been administered in the spring, in late April or early May. So the 4 question categories measured in the Climate Culture Survey include teacher-student relationships, school environment, anti-bullying culture, and diversity and equity.
Is this the one that's, that is not confidential, the climate culture?
It is confidential.
It is confidential,
Yes.
okay.
Yeah, this one's very strictly confidential,
Yes.
actually.
Okay.
Yes. Overall, the data shows that secondary students have very positive perceptions of their school related to these categories. We see positive increases in the percent of favorable responses in 3 of the 4 areas, with anti-bullying culture showing a minimal decline of 1 percentage point from the previous year. Because the climate culture survey is locally developed, there are no national results with which to make comparisons, which is why you don't see that part of the graph on the slide. So as we have done for the other surveys, we want to look at change over time. So this graph represents grade 7, 9, and 11 students' percent favorable responses related to those 4 climate culture categories over 3 survey administrations from 2019 to 2021. In addition to seeing generally positive gains in favorable responses on the 2021 survey, this slide also demonstrates overall positive gains for 3 survey administrations from 2019 to 21. Favorable responses for teacher-student relationships improved from 77 to 86%, for school environment from 71 to 81%, for anti-bullying culture from 73 to 79%, and for diversity and equity from 69% to 77%. This graph demonstrates percent favorable responses in the 4 climate culture categories by race, ethnicity. Again, for that spring 2021 survey administration. Again, the data shows some variation in favorable responses by students. Related to teacher-student relationships, favorable responses by white students was 87%, black students 83%, and Hispanic students 87%. Related to the school environment, favorable responses by white students was 80%, black students 77%, and Hispanic students 86%. Related to anti-bullying culture, favorable responses by white students was 79%, black students 73%, and Hispanic students 80%. And related to diversity and equity, favorable responses by white students was 79%, for black students 68%, and for Hispanic students 76%.
Dr. Powers,
Yes, ma'am.
excuse me, this might actually be a question directed to Ms. Fall more than, because she handles numbers in such a way, but when we look at a graph like this and we're breaking it down by subgroups, and they appear, looking at the first one, the teacher-student relationships, they're pretty even, all things considered, and yet we know that there is a much, much larger number of, say, white students who participate in the survey as opposed to the number of black students or the number of Hispanic students. In a small subgroup, just 1 or 2 very negative answers can very much tilt the way the percentage goes. How do we look at these and feel like they couldn't sometimes just be so skewed because of the smaller number of students that participate? And off the top of my head, I want to say we have, what, 15% African-American students? Hispanic, what is that proportion?
It's right around
It's
16%.
yeah.
Around 16%. So we're looking at many more white students doing this. So, I want to say, oh, this is great, they all feel the same way, and yet we're dealing with such major variations in the subgroup numbers.
Madam Chair, may I?
Well, you can
'Cause-
divert to Ms. Fall.
Because Ms. Faw and I are the official geeks of the school district. And so I, part of my intervention, not is to steal her thunder, but to amplify her value. The data that you're seeing here is district-wide. And so, yes, your sample of white students is much higher than your samples of black and Hispanic students, but your samples of black and Hispanic students are still significant. And so when you look at this, they are large enough that when you see the pattern, not the specific number, but the pattern over time, it is substantive enough to say that it is worthy of monitoring, okay? I would say that in Moore County, there's probably not as much variation as you see in other communities, as has already been pointed out on some other measures. But I have great confidence, having been through one of those doctoral programs where you really did have to be a statistician. I have great confidence in these outcomes in terms of the sample size. Ms. Fall, correct me, or amplify, or redirect as you seem fit.
What he said.
How'd I do?
Very good.
But add to it, Kate.
The sample size, so 15 and 16% of our population is a substantial size. You are right. The smaller a sample size, the more an outlier could impact the overall. But the other thing you need to keep in consideration is that the white student population, while larger, also probably has the same statistical variation of students that score low versus score high. You may not see it reflected, but what Dr. Grimacey said, which is exactly the point, and it's how we look at this data, is we look at trend and pattern more than we look at the actual numbers.
Yes.
Because that's where the power comes. Are we seeing a declining trend? Are we seeing a pattern of black students underrepresented in an area or underreporting in an area? So the pattern and the trend really is where the power of these numbers are, because what you said is a valid concern, but part of what's taken into consideration when we review the data.
Well, that makes sense, okay.
What we may be seeing in our schools, I don't know. If, you know, because I'm not a real fan of such surveys, but we may really be seeing as a positive thing called racial harmony. In other words, everyone feeling essentially, there's small differences, but overall, people feeling the same about many subjects overall. And the danger of emphasizing so much disharmony that's in the culture outside the school, because we may be very lucky that our culture inside the school is relatively harmonious. I don't know, based upon what I'm looking at here.
Problem solving always works best when you try to remove as much fear from it as possible. You know, panic doesn't help problem solving. So one can look at a single year of variations between racial subgroups and rush to conclusions. But it's when you have multiple years
Yes.
where you look at it, and it may be, you know, a difference of 79 to 73 and a difference of 80 to 73 is still statistically significant. But to what extent is that statistical significant in a single year? So you actually need a couple of years to see, does that variation stand up? And although it may not be huge, if it's persistent, it may still need attention. But when you give it attention, try not to do so in an attitude of panic. Do so in a thoughtful way that really isn't based just on the numbers, but based on those numbers plus some good quality analysis. And that's kind of what we've tried to bring to everything, at least during my tenure.
And I would simply add that it's dangerous to take any data point in isolation, which is one of the reasons we report multiple data points in various ways, and this is a data point in a bigger picture.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kate.
And to Dr. Grimacey's last point, during my tenure, I was getting ready to say that we're fortunate to have this information for all of our groups to be able to intervene with our students as we need to, because I think that adds academic value to those students. And I know there was a time to where we didn't have this. We didn't focus on some of these specific data points. So I'm thankful that we have this information to where we can add this to academic growth for those students that we need to try to understand, well, why do you feel anti-bullying, you know, is real for you, to help identify their challenges.
Very good. Okay, that's all the data related to our climate and culture survey. So the last data I'd like to share with you is around student discipline, and I'll share that generally we would provide measurable outcomes related to discipline as a part of this presentation. However, discipline data for the 2019-20 and 21 school years is skewed due to students not being fully face-to-face due to the pandemic for those years, so it's difficult to make apples-to-apples comparisons during those years. However, we can share this graph from 2018-19, which was the last full pre-COVID school year, that provides insight and an example of disparity related to discipline and race ethnicity. Remember, Moore County Schools' definition of disparity is when a group is either underrepresented or overrepresented on a particular measure. So when you look at this graph, the first cluster of bars that you see on the left represents white students, the middle cluster of bars represents black students, and the third cluster of bars on the right represents Hispanic students. The orange bar is the overall percentage of the specific labeled racial ethnic group in Moore County Schools. The other bars are office referrals, in-school suspensions, and out-of-school suspensions. As you see, white students are underrepresented in terms of discipline consequences in relation to their percentage of the student population. White students make up approximately 64% of the population, but account for approximately 40% of discipline consequences. When we look at black students, we see that they are overrepresented in terms of discipline consequences. They make up approximately 15% of the population, but account for approximately 43% of discipline consequences. Finally, if we look at our Hispanic students, here we see these students evenly represented. This is what it looks like when there is not a disparity. Hispanic students make up approximately 14% of the population and account for approximately 14% of discipline consequences.
I'd like to say that it said orange, but we can go back for a
Sorry.
second. It's the first bar that is the representation and the overall. It really looks more gold. The second bar looks more orange.
Hard to tell.
But
It
it's
is the
that first bar
Yeah.
is the percentage of our overall population.
Correct. And then finally, to wrap up our presentation, wanted to share some information related to our continued work. So this slide represents that continued work and what is planned moving forward. In terms of COVID-19 management, the district will continue to work closely with our key partners to manage the effects of the pandemic in order to mitigate infections and quarantines and keep as many students as possible in face-to-face learning. In relation to our equity problem of practice, each school will continue to develop and focus on an annual equity disparity problem of practice specific to their school's unique identified needs. In relation to school safety and security, the district will continue to examine and refine both district and school emergency preparedness and crisis management plans. Improving upon the district's reunification process is a logical next step following past exercises focusing on active shooter tabletop and functional safety exercises. Plans are to provide training and exercises, hopefully this spring, in collaboration with Moore County Public Safety. In relation to student staff health and wellness, the district will continue to explore opportunities for promoting student and staff health and wellness, initially aimed at combating COVID, and then hopefully transitioning to again supporting overall health and wellness of our students and staff. In relation to alternatives to out-of-school suspension, the district will continue to implement current options for non-exclusionary discipline, such as the Structured Day Program and Aspire program we discussed, and will explore additional possibilities for holding students accountable for behavior while keeping them in school as much as possible. One such possibility is a drug-alcohol-related program that contains a counseling and education component instead of only out-of-school suspension. Finally, related to improved school cultures, all of these areas that I have just mentioned in our continued work improve school cultures. The district will continue to seek to train additional schools in the Capturing Kids' Hearts model each year in further efforts to improve cultures and build relationships within our schools. And I think Dr. Locklear is going to wrap us up.
Not a whole lot more I can say, other than very, very appreciative of Dr. Powers and Ms. Dedman's leadership and the work that they've helped lead over the last several years, but certainly the progress we made over the last 2 years among a global pandemic, during a global pandemic. So very, very appreciative of that. And while we've made significant progress, as we've noted, there is significant progress still to be made. And so appreciate their hard work, and we'll continue to be attentive to that and have a sense of urgency around that work. So thank you. Certainly
you all.
open to any additional questions or comments.
Let me have just, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna thank, Dr. Powers and Ms. Desmond,
Okay, well,
for being here. Go
okay,
ahead, thank you.
because I really want to get to this. The differentiation between the black and disciplinary consequences. 15% black students, 42% disciplinary consequences. This has got to be the toughest nut that you've got to crack, you guys are asked to crack. And I don't envy you in it at all. What steps are we taking to bring these numbers more in line with your, what I would call more equality, you call it equity, I guess, without sacrificing, without trying to do discipline based on race? I mean, that's what, the public gets upset doing discipline based on race, yet we've got to somehow get these numbers more in line. What are we doing to try to get these numbers more in line?
If you would, Dr. Powers, back up just a couple slides
sure.
to that list and work off that list, because, well, no, not that.
I'm sorry.
No, your list of what, yeah, this is your summary of what you're doing.
And I would say this is your toughest chore. It's got to be your one of your toughest chores. You've got a lot of them. But.
Without a doubt. So, a few things, and I'll hit on alternatives to out-of-school suspension in just a moment as well. But, one thing is, first, that there has to be an awareness of this, and there was not an awareness of this data before a few years ago. So we, as a district, and this was reported on in previous strategic plan updates, but as a district, we purchased Educator's Handbook so that there's now a consistent way of tracking discipline data across all schools in the district. Prior to that, schools did their own thing in terms of tracking their data. And there was really no way, it was very difficult to break it down and to know that these kind of disparities existed. So now we have that.
Let me add also that our different schools and principals had ownership in all these different approaches, and that one of the ways the superintendent lost a little popularity was we had to do the same thing, okay? We all had to have the same data collection and reporting process, and we had to have some give and take with that. We had some difficult conversations. And then we had to go beyond that and make sure that we were defining offenses similarly, garbage in, garbage out. So you can have the same data collection and the same reporting, but if you don't have a lot of conversations about consistent interpretations, you had to work that through. And so that was a significant step. That was a heavy lift at first. First there was nothing, and then we had to build that. Keep going, Dr. Powers.
Yes. So and from that, that awareness, awareness has to be kept in the forefront of principals' minds. So in the prior to the, not as easy to do during the pandemic when discipline was not as much of a concern, but prior to that, we had these conversations as a part of leadership team meetings, at least quarterly, that we looked at data and had those conversations together and collaborated around those things and what we could do. In addition, part of what we want to do as well is do all that we can to provide opportunities to keep all of our students in school, but certainly that applies to, minority students, in particular our black students who are receiving these consequences a little more often. So these alternatives to suspension plans that provides opportunities to not be suspended and be in a structured environment where you can still get your schoolwork done and not just be at home alone or on the street or doing something else through the Structured Day Program, through Aspire, through other programs that Ms. Dedman and I are in the process of trying to put together and work through. Are other key components.
As opposed to 3 to 5 days of vacation.
Correct.
Wandering the streets.
Yeah.
We're going to make sure that we're going to have a structured approach here so that you get the disciplinary action, but you're not going to lose out on your academic progressions.
My belief, I so agree, because the kids that we oftentimes suspend are precisely the kids that need to be in school in a structured environment.
Absolutely.
So, but we also have to make sure that our other students are safe, and that's where it becomes very, very difficult. I know for you, and I would also hope that as we try to bring more African Americans into higher, higher academics through either our enrichment programs or whatever, our advanced placement programs and things like that. I hope that maybe some of this discipline will even its way out.
One last comment I'd like to make. We got to keep our numbers in perspective. I have never seen numbers as positive when it comes to discipline as I have seen in these last few years in Moore County.
Okay.
And I've been in some very good communities, very good schools, and I have worked with a lot of very fine professionals. But somehow, some way, the families, the community, and the staff of Moore County have found a way to have better disciplinary patterns, disciplinary patterns that are the envy of many, many, many other school districts. Now, because of our high standards for ourselves and for our children, we spend a lot of time getting down to these details of things like disparity that are important. But the big picture is that the starting point for Moore County is in a lot better shape than the starting point of other communities. So I would encourage you all, as you work together in the future, to always come at these things, try to get as much fear out of the room as possible, come at these complex problems from a position of hope and optimism and strength and collaboration. And I think that eventually we'll see some of this improvement that we desire. And certainly these guys are capable of keeping you all heading in the right direction.
And I want to say, Dr. Grimacy, I appreciate you in trying to tackle this problem and all of the boards speaking openly about it, because it's a tough problem. It's a difficult problem, but it's something that can be addressed and can be tackled. Yeah.
And I just want to make a comment that I was at a community forum a couple of years ago to where they had different representatives, law enforcement, they had a juvenile judge. And one of the strong points that I think Judge Tiffany, maybe it was her name, but anyway, she recognized the decrease in students being referred. And she asked openly, what's Moore County Schools doing? Because we don't get as many cases as we used to. And that was recognized with parents. The parents were saying that their students, the ones that may have problems, they're being talked to even by maybe the SROs or whatever the intervention is. So I think it is recognized that there is improvement over the last few years than there was in the past, to where students were automatically, like Dr. Grimacy said, they were automatically sent home out of school, and obviously that leads to destruction. So,
And a big part of that, Pam, is obviously a number of the things that we're doing help that, but our Second Chance program with our Moore County Schools Police is probably the biggest reason for that decrease. The reduction in the number of charges over the years just prior to the pandemic was just absolutely fantastic.
Yeah.
It was, and I wish I had those numbers in my head right now to share, but very, very significant.
I can give you some of them. This was like 3 or 4 years ago, but after we had the Second Chance program, that the 80% of the students that participated in the Second Chance program never had any problems after they completed that, which is significant, 80%.
And that's students that would never have a charge on their record because they made a one-time poor decision and then were given the opportunity to rectify that.
Let me add, those are minor offenses, and all of this has been designed in collaboration with juvenile court. So it's not like we're out here doing this exclusive. This is part of a comprehensive approach to student character development that goes on throughout Moore County that's interagency, not just the schools. So we try to work very closely with that, and Dr. Powers has done a very good job of making sure we maintain those interagency collaborations. Madam Chair, lunch is not quite ready, but we're close. And so the board has an option of allowing Dr. Alpenfels and Ms. Burton to get started, and then we could stop, have a hard stop at noon, wherever it is that we get to. Or you could break now and have a more extended lunch. Would you like to try to go a few minutes and allow Dr. Alpenfels to kind of get started and?
I would.
Yeah.
Sure.
If you don't mind,
Sure.
Madam Chair, we'd like to just go ahead and go right to the top of the hour. Dr. Powers, Ms. Dedman, on behalf of the board.
Thank you very
we're
much.
Very grateful, very grateful.
Appreciate it.
Yes. So Dr. Alpenfels, if you and Ms. Burton would come in and get yourselves set up, we'll at least get you a little bit of momentum here, and then we can finish up after lunch.
You never know, we just might finish up before lunch.
Or you might just have so much fun that you just want to keep us here all day.
Do we have everybody? Did we lose Ms. Caldwell?
Mr. Holmes and Mr. Hensley had conflicts for which
Oh,
they had
right.
to leave early, but please proceed.
Okay.
For the record, they'll be able to catch up, they'll watch your
Should we wait for
presentation.
Ms. Caldwell?
No, please proceed. She
Okay.
just stepped out for a second.
We are grateful for the opportunity to update our district strategic plan, specifically Domain 3. This is indeed the roadmap that guides our work. I'm so pleased to formally introduce my partner, Andrea Burton, our Assistant Director for Human Resources. Andrea's presence on our Human Resources team has expanded our capacity to focus on employee recruitment and retention, as you'll see from our presentation today. Under the third domain of employee culture and capacity, there are three objectives. I'm sorry.
Keep going.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I don't know where,
Slide.
Domain 2.
Yeah, it says domain
And
2.
two.
We need domain 3.
There you go.
There we go.
There you go.
Sorry.
There you go.
Thank you. I couldn't figure out why the point, so sorry.
Yeah, there you go.
Because it looked like my slide. Under the third domain of employee culture and capacity, there are three objectives focused generally on employee working conditions, the creation of an equitable and fair workforce, and making the most of the effectiveness and quality of our human resources as an organization. By the way, we all own employee culture and capacity. That includes every person in this room and every employee across the school district. How we treat one another and those with whom we work and those whom we serve is often the determining factor for whether an employee stays or whether an employee leaves. And employee culture and capacity are what make domains 1, 2, 4, and 5 happen. Let's take a look at each of these objectives. Working conditions are critical both to recruitment and retention of employees. On the recruitment side, among the top reasons new teachers say they come to work for Moore County Schools is the encouragement of a current employee and/or family members who work for the school district. We also attract teachers who grew up and attended school here. None of these recruitment efforts would gain traction if our current employees were not satisfied with their working conditions. On the retention side, without a positive work culture, people often see no reason to stay. And believe me, they can easily find work elsewhere, particularly today. These are the reasons we, led by our superintendent, focus heavily on working conditions. We delve into the results of the North Carolina Teacher Working Conditions Survey every other year, and principals and other supervisors are expected to address any areas of concern. Conversations about these concerns are incorporated into our school leaders' evaluation processes, and we include conversations about the results from our locally developed classified working conditions survey concurrently. Additionally, each principal administers dipstick surveys to monitor progress for areas of concern each year. Both the state's teacher working conditions survey and our locally developed classified working conditions survey will be administered in the spring of 2022. Perhaps one elephant in the room, if you will, is the challenge
of ensuring a positive, nurturing work environment in the midst of a global pandemic. Regardless, we are indeed working to make the workplace a good place to be, despite these inherent challenges. Our academics and student support team continue their leadership development for cohorts of assistant principals and for teachers who aspire to administrative roles.
Understanding how important professional development is for new teachers to the profession and to our district, the CNI team continues to refine new teacher induction annually, making improvements and refinements based on feedback from attendees. The CNI team provided a more robust web presence on what we offer in terms of beginning teacher support. A part-time position was added to the curriculum and instruction team that focused on beginning teacher support. And I also work closely with them to ensure that we support our new teachers from the HR department. Principals and supervisors are expected to understand turnover associated with their schools and departments, and discussions about turnover are incorporated into their respective evaluation processes. As reflected in the most recent data available from the North Carolina Department of Public Instruction's State of the Teaching Profession, Moore County Schools local school district turnover rate as reported on the school report card for 2019-2020, the most recent formalized data available is 13.47%. That is down from 15.27% in 2018-19 and 16.59% in 2017-18. We continually examine the details of teacher working conditions to positively influence those factors within our control. As we all know, we continue to struggle to ensure a diverse workforce, particularly a diverse teacher workforce, a workforce with a diversity representative of our student populations. And this work in the adult workforce undergirds all of our efforts to reach and teach all of our students with their many demographic and instructional variables. Remembering from our discussion in Domain 2 that disparity can be overrepresentation or underrepresentation of a particular group. It goes without saying that educators of color are underrepresented in our teacher ranks. While this is certainly not a new challenge, the challenge is exacerbated by a number of factors, including but not limited to the further diversification of our student population and a declining overall enrollment in teacher education programs. Additionally, in North Carolina, 81% of students enrolled in educator preparation programs in 2018 were white, and 86% of those who were licensed through an education preparation program that year were white. So, why does a diverse teacher workforce matter? Multiple studies have found that test scores improve in both math and reading in early grades when students are taught by an educator who reflects a student's racial identity. Additionally, an analysis of student-level administrative data in North Carolina found that students served by educators of color exhibited increased attendance rates and fewer instances of exclusionary discipline, especially among black students. And there are many additional studies supporting the importance of a diverse teacher workforce. While retention cannot be managed from central office, I'm setting up affinity groups of teachers with commonalities led by members of the advisory team for recruitment and retention. These groups will begin connecting in November, often the most challenging month for our teachers. We continually monitor the demographics, comparisons between employees and students. We also break out teacher demographics for comparative purposes. While these longitudinal data indicates decreasing
percentages of black students and increasing numbers of Hispanic students, some of the variations may be explained by an increasing number of those who identify as having a mixed race background.
Each year, we report to the state on our district's teacher turnover. The report includes the particular reasons teachers leave, and our principals are responsible for being able to describe each instance of turnover in their specific schools. The breakdowns underneath the total percentage of turnover provide more collective data for consideration. Because of the data lag from the state, the most current data are from the 2019-2020 school year. Now, as you read this chart, let's look at the 2019-2020 column. That school year, we had 13.47% teacher turnover. Of that 13.47% turnover, nearly 93% were white, nearly 5% were black, and the remaining were Hispanic or other. Locally, we also analyzed the turnover of classified employees. Here, the data are provided similarly to that on the previous slide for teachers. Again, for instance, looking at the 2019-2020 school year, of the 16.14% turnover, nearly 56% were white, about 36% were black, nearly 6% were Hispanic, and nearly 2% identified as other.
Dr. Alpenfels, these are interesting statistics, but it seems not to help very much. In other words, it would be more instructive to learn what percentage of black teachers that we have were turnover. In other words, to know that that 95% of the turnover was white, and of course the overall teachers are about what, 90, I don't know what the number is, 90% white. So it doesn't tell us that much, or am I wrong? Am I misinterpreting the data?
Okay, so of our teachers,
It says 95% of turnover is white. That's your not these two columns, but I think the next one.
okay,
Teacher turnover. You see where you say 95% of teachers are white? It would be, and 16% or 5% are black or whatever. It would be better to know what percentage of black teachers left and what percentage of white teachers left,
okay.
as opposed to knowing that 95% of the turnover was white. That's actually what I'd expect. And I don't know how to interpret the black and Hispanic turnover.
And we can certainly look at it that way. That is a very different way than the teacher requires us to report it. But
Right.
I understand what you're asking, and
But
we'll
it's,
see what we can pull.
that would be more useful to me. I don't know about anybody else.
Mr. Levy, that actually is a topic that Dr. Powers and I have discussed about applying to some of our discipline comparisons as well, with student discipline. It's a very valid way of looking at the data. In the meantime, here's how I can help you. If you look at 2019-20, and you see that the percentage of black teachers was 5.63%.
Right.
And then you note in the same year, in the second frame, that 4.59% of those who left were black. You know that the rate of departure is below the total rate of black teachers in the total population, which allows you to, at least on a preliminary basis, guess that that's okay.
Right.
All right, that's okay, that your turnover rate is okay. And that then brings you back to the original issue, which is, given that you have 14.5% of your students that are black and only 5.6%, you got your hands full with that one.
Right, that's
And
the meaningful,
that's right.
that's the meaningful
That's right.
issue,
Yeah.
because it doesn't, given that analysis, it doesn't seem that there's a big problem with a turnover based on race. But of course, there is a big problem
Right.
with recruitment, and I get that.
From my standpoint, I need to know the same, I'm interested in the same question you are, but knowing that Dr. Alpenfels does not have a Wake County-sized HR office of
No,
analysts.
that's fine, that's fine. I think you brought it, I
Yeah.
think you brought it to my attention.
Yeah.
And I think that's
But that's a
good
way you
enough.
can look at it in the meantime.
Okay,
Make-
that's
get you
good
pretty
enough.
close.
I don't want to make any more work for Dr. Alpenfels because I know with the policy committee, she's got a lot of work on that, so.
Yeah, something that also, I think you need to hear me say, turnover matters for every instance. We can look at all these numbers in total, and they mean not a thing, because I'm gonna tell you something, some turnover is good.
Well, yeah, I get that too, yeah.
So it's about every instance of turnover. You also need to know that every employee who leaves, including Dr. Grimacy, has received a letter where I offer to meet with that employee to talk about why they left. They also receive a survey, but sometimes people are not willing to put something in writing where they may come in and meet. And look, I can't meet with every single person who leaves. It's probably good everybody doesn't want to, because that would be all you would do. But for our educators of color, our teachers of color who leave, Ms. Burton is proactively reaching out to talk with them, to try to understand what was going on. Is there something we can learn? Now, sometimes people leave for just all sorts of weird reasons that we can't help. But there's a chance we may learn something that could help us hang on to an effective teacher. And if we don't take that opportunity, and if we don't listen, we might miss that opportunity. So I think that's.
I do want to say that retirement and military redeployment figures into those numbers.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and that's a
Yeah.
big chunk.
Yeah.
That's a big chunk.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
that was gonna be my question is, on your scale of departures, obviously salary, I don't know what's at the top of your different reasons, but my guess salary probably would be up high.
Well, except it's interesting, the state doesn't track that as a reason for leaving. They track a dissatisfaction with teaching as a reason. So my assumption would be someone who cites dissatisfaction, salary may be a part of that. And the state breaks it down. We have to report for, in fact, the state has our data for every single teacher who leaves. They know why a teacher leaves in Moore County schools from the state because we have to track it electronically. And the state sends us, all right, here's your report. Are these data correct? And then we send it back.
That's interesting because oftentimes we hear of so many instances to where we have awesome people in all divisions. And we hear that the reason they left was because of salary, so that's interesting.
And certainly that may be part of the reason. My experience is that's a slice of the pie along with childcare or taking care of elderly parents, or the husband gets transferred, or it's a military move.
Or retirement. But
Yeah.
I think, if I didn't say that before, let me say it again. No, what we need Dr. Alpenfels and Ms. Burton to do is to get down to that percentage that leave for those obvious reasons that everyone knows you have no control over. You've got that list of things that you have no control over, but then you look at the things you do have control over. Culture and salaries and wages, keeping in mind that really the variable for teachers is the local supplement. So when you translate this over into budget, that local supplement is the variable that allows you to be competitive. But other than that, it's culture. And if you go back to my first year and before, you will, if we could look at all those numbers coming forward, it's not dramatic, but there was a decline in turnover when we saw the increase in the teacher working condition survey outcomes, okay? And so it was, a couple of points that it came down. Teacher working condition survey got better. That's the good news, because that's a variable you can control. Culture really matters, and particularly when teachers have choices with surrounding school districts. Sometimes what we found when I first started working with Dr. Alpenfels, we had many teachers that were teaching in neighboring school districts that formerly had taught with us. And they left because of reasons related to culture. And then as our culture improved, they started actually coming back. So when you look at that, when you think of salary, think of local supplements, think of budget. Other than that, you want to think of culture. And so those are the two primary variables, I think, that going forward, you'll want to always keep your finger on.
Madam Chair, yeah, just to make a comment too, in my experience with this, people you have to dig to really find out, because people won't always give you the answer of why they're leaving. They'll give you an answer that you would think was reasonable, but it could not be why they were leaving. So you really have to talk to them and find out. Asking them a question, getting an answer, the answer probably would be wrong in most cases.
And look, it's a human endeavor. I guess that's my parting message. And you look at demographics in this arena, it is a human endeavor. It is imperfect, and it's one person at a time. That's kind of what makes it challenging. You can't run a report and decide on a plan and fix everything. It's far more complex than that. And again, a lot of Ms. Burton's time is now dedicated to trying to crack that nut. I think I heard you use that metaphor earlier, Mr. Levy. And it is a difficult nut to crack, but it is an important nut to try to crack, because if we can have a satisfied, diverse teacher workforce, I firmly believe our students will be even more successful than they already are.
Amen.
Absolutely.
Agreed.
Absolutely. Dr. Alpenfels, as you're still on the teacher turnover slide, and following up on Dr. Grimacy's retirement, as we know, there were teachers who just simply said, I can't do this now. I'm ready to retire, and they stepped out. Will we see that as sort of a separate figure when it comes to teacher turnover for the 2020 and the 2021 year?
There's
Did we
not going to be
see
a
more-
separate category.
Right, but is that, obviously, that's something you would be trying to follow up on. You would know
Yes,
how many just decided just to go on and do it,
and
as opposed to
I'll throw
teaching it out.
this number out. We didn't, last May, when we had our retirement little celebration drive-through again by the little schoolhouse with the ringing of the bell, we didn't have significantly larger numbers.
It didn't seem like it, true.
And look, my measure is the program, because when I do the program, if I got a bleed over on the other side, that tells me I've got more. And it was in line, and I'm not trying to minimize the impact of COVID. I think COVID has impacted everybody's lives in more ways than just work. And when it impacts people's lives in more ways than just work, it's going to impact work. So I'm not here to say that hasn't impacted. It has particularly impacted, bus drivers and substitutes, for instance. But the difficulty in capturing that is back to what Mr. Dennison said. We capture the data as the state requires it. To get beyond that, you have got to get people in and eyeball them and nail them down about why they're leaving.
Yes.
And we can do that generally, but capturing that officially is a challenge. But as you know from our discussions sometimes about resignations, I can find out a little more from principals sometimes, particularly when there's a personal reason. Check, what was the personal reason about COVID? Was it because they're aggravated that their colleagues aren't wearing their mask properly? Whatever. Try to discover that, just so that we have a handle on it.
If I could, Madam Chair, I'd like us to get slide 97 in before lunch, if we could, and then we can come back with any questions after that. So, Dr. Alpenfels, let's conclude
And we may
with-
be able to knock out here, Dr. Grimacy.
Well, you'll want to get the classified employee turnover. Did you?
We've done that.
You've
We've gone
got that one,
backwards.
okay.
Yes,
All right.
we're good.
Well, if that's the case then, if we've gotten through 97, excuse me for not noticing that.
Finish her up.
Yeah, we're going to take a break for lunch.
Okay.
And, Madam Chair, 30 minutes?
30 minutes.
12:30? And so, Mrs. Potter has gotten lunch for those that ordered it. And so at this point, do you want to give instructions to Cheryl as far as?
We would like to go offline at this point.
So-
We will be back on at 12:30.
So we're adjourning to a break, or
To a
how do you
break.
call it? We're just taking,
It's
you're
just
announcing a break.
Mhm. We are now back live, and we'll be continuing with Dr. Alpenfels on Domain 3. So thank you very much for joining us again.
We were glad to be back.
Yes, ma'am. So for a number of years, we have had an advisory team for recruitment and retention. And when the team was formed, the district was feeling what districts across the state were feeling. The teacher shortage in North Carolina makes recruitment and retention much more competitive, not just with North Carolina school systems, but with neighboring states as well. So the recruitment of educators of color has been and remains an ongoing challenge for our district. And this team has prioritized this as a point of focus from the first meeting. The barriers to recruiting Black and Hispanic teachers is a systematic challenge nationally, especially for rural school districts. And Moore County Schools and the team remain committed to recruiting educators of color. We are beginning work on an alternative recruitment strategies, including initiative of a Grow Our Own program we're calling Cultivating Teachers with a Promise, in conjunction with the Boys and Girls Club. I have increased our presence with college and university recruiting via electronic platforms for access to candidates and to in-person and virtual job fairs. We continue to have 5 teacher assistants in the state-funded Teacher Assistant Tuition Reimbursement Program, and we are engaged with Sand Hills Community College with its new 2-year education program, which currently has 8 students enrolled. As much as possible, we are individualizing communication with applicants and potential applicants when analyzing substitute and teacher assistant files, seeking those who may qualify to teach via either traditional or by alternative means. We are maintaining engagement with community groups such as the Moore County Chamber of Commerce. They are working on a workforce development initiatives. And Dr. Alpenfels has her own work as she continues as an appointee and member of the Executive Committee for the Governor's Drive Task Force, formed to find creative solutions for addressing the teacher shortage in North Carolina and finding ways to diversify teacher ranks in the state to more closely mirror student demographics.
As we all know, the quality of the education we can provide our students is wholly contingent on the quality of the adults we employ to work with them. And this quality is not just critical for teachers, it's critical for all categories of employees. After nearly 4 years of development, the proposed classified salary schedule became a reality this school year. And while review of job descriptions is ongoing, the new classified salary schedule has necessitated intensive updating of all 120 or so classified job descriptions, work that is just over 50% complete. It's a little higher because when we had to submit this, it was about 50%. I'm hoping we're closer to 55 or 58% at this point. It's also caused us to re-review a handful of employees' eligibility for exempt status under the Fair Labor Standards Act. On an ongoing basis, we are using electronic solutions to ensure that employees are trained on important policies, that employees are evaluated with fidelity, and that job descriptions are indeed up to date and accurate. And we are happy to answer any additional questions you may have.
I believe we could have let you finish
I
before
know,
lunch.
Yeah.
I was trying.
Yeah, hard stop, 12 o'clock. You know, just a comment really. I personally taught 5 young African-American teachers who came to work in Moore County. And as of today, not a one of them is still here. I know that one is pursuing bigger political aspirations in Raleigh.
Yes.
But 4 of them are now in the Washington, D.C., Bethesda, Maryland area where they're making a whole lot more money. And that was their reason for leaving. So, we do have that issue to always fight, and we understand it. Of note, though, I must say that every person who has any contact with a student has influence upon them. And whether it's the bus driver who is always on time and the children notes that, child notes it, or whether it's a custodian or the food service worker or whatever, we have to demand the best out of all of them. I know that you are intent on only hiring the best in every employment category, and they all do show children the importance of education. And we
Absolutely.
appreciate what they do that way.
Absolutely. And I even tell our subs that, you know, you may be the friendly face for today, and your interaction, even when it's challenging, is really,
Mhm.
really important.
It is important.
So,
So do we have questions for Dr. Alpenfels? I think we probably got to ask most of
Yeah,
them
we
before,
did, yeah.
before lunch.
I got mine. so-
well, we appreciate your attention to all of these domains. They are all important. They all undergird one another. And we're proud of the work that we're continuing to do. We're not satisfied with where we are, but there is hope for the future, and that's where we hang our hat. So thank you.
Well, if we can encourage anyone to go into teaching or into any level of education, it will be of benefit to all of us, so.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
ladies.
you.
Thank you both. Well done. Madam Chair, at this time, for his very first public presentation.
All right.
Yeah. Retired Army Captain Charles Batchelor.
Not retired.
Not retired, okay. But currently not active duty, let's just say.
That's right.
Separated.
Honorable discharge.
Yeah, that's right. That's the correct language, Mr. Dennison. Thank you. Charlie, Ms. Murphy is away on a family obligation that was planned a long time ago, and we're glad she can do that. But we're also glad she has a very capable assistant with his own strong background and knowing how to offer briefings to higher-ups. And so with that, I'm pleased to turn it over to Charlie Batchelor for a review of our strategic objectives associated with Domain 4, Parent and Community Engagement. So Charles, away you go.
Yes, so thank you for joining this strategic plan progress update on Domain 4. Like he said, my name is Charles Batchelor. I'm the Assistant Director for Communications at Moore County Schools. The Communications Department is a multifaceted function of Moore County Schools. It provides interdepartmental support across the district as well as support at the school level. In addition to maintaining the website and social media accounts and conducting routine marketing outreach efforts, one of the most important functions of the Communications Department is responding to crisis events. While most crisis events involve a simple notification to the school board and assisting principals with messaging for parents, other crisis events may involve extensive media inquiries, implementation of communications-related components of the crisis response plan, website and social media notifications, and announcing reunification plans to parents. Another major responsibility of the department is responding to public records requests. This year, requests for public information have been numerous and in some cases voluminous.
Yes.
The department works with our legal counsel to ensure compliance with general statute as well as evaluate and respond to inquiries. But today, I will focus on the parent and community engagement responsibilities of the department. If this will go next slide. Oh, there it goes. All right. So Domain 4 of the strategic plan focuses on parent and community engagement. As you can see, we have two objectives under Domain 4. Essentially, these objectives are aimed at engaging our students, parents, staff, and community at large to promote the district goals and major initiatives. Why is Domain 4 important? It is important because parent and community engagement in schools are closely linked to better student behavior, higher academic achievement, and enhanced social skills. Community engagement encourages participation from all members of the community, which are the beneficiaries of the product of good schools. Domain 4 was heavily impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. While the pandemic brought in new challenges for communications, in some ways we were more efficient than prior to the pandemic. For instance, attendance at meetings increased due to virtual means of communications. This allowed attendees to participate from any place with internet capability without needing to coordinate transportation or modify schedules to attend in person. During the closure, little to no opportunities existed to communicate district initiatives with community-based organizations and business and civic organizations. We vastly increased the use of our website, video, social media, and district calling system for regular updates on COVID protocols, health and attestation screenings, and parent resources during in-person remote instruction period. The following are our external district level advisory councils. Most councils meet quarterly, while some meet less or more often. And the following are internal district level advisory councils and committees, and are in addition to school-based activities such as booster clubs, PTA, PTO, school improvement teams, and so on. For Objective 2, we utilize online portals for two-way communications to further parent and community engagement. These portals assist with communicating budgets, the return to school process, naming school facilities, and school calendars, to name a few. As we continue to make progress through the pandemic, we will meet our first objective by re-engaging with community organizations such as Kiwanis clubs, Rotary clubs, and United Way of Moore County. We will continue the use of technology to increase parent and community engagement, and we are exploring ways to evaluate our communication effectiveness. Schools will continue to be the hub of the community, allowing more community members to be engaged in our schools. We are preparing an electronic newsletter to complement the print version of the Perspective. There will be a district-wide parent survey to collect feedback on engagement efforts. We will re-engage volunteers with a volunteer recruitment campaign and conduct school-level training for staff to encourage parent participation in school and district-level efforts. We will meet our second objective by launching digital media campaigns, enhance search engine optimization, maximize social media platforms, increase the use of videography, refine online feedback surveys, maximize features in PowerSchool and Canvas, host events to engage parents, meet with school PTA, PTO groups, and create metrics to evaluate the impact of our efforts. Do you all have any questions about Domain 4?
Are we still gonna have snow days?
No.
You're retiring, I'm sorry.
Was there a decision?
It depends if it snows, I would say.
No, I felt as though our communications people were getting far too popular, announcing too many of those closures. But no, indeed, I will tell you that during the COVID outbreak, we've had very few late openings and closures the way we did for a few years there. I think it was 2016, 17, where we had over 14 inches of snow over the course of the winter and had a lot of need for communication. But that's certainly the aspect of our communications department that I hear most frequently about. But as you can see, if we did not have two individuals that were carrying these responsibilities, all of these are responsibilities that have to be done, and somebody else would have to do them if we didn't. And so as you all are, moving forward and looking at things and making tough decisions, I hope you'll remember, just a little bit of what value there is that we get from our communications department. Any other questions or feedback for the presentation?
Could you scroll back to where you had the list of the groups that are advisory councils, the one before this?
Yep.
Ms. Thompson, before she left, asked that we make comment of how important has been Dr. Grimacey's goal, efforts, whatever, to actually establish these councils, that they did not exist prior to his arrival, but that we have received a great deal of very good information about things that have impacted the schools over the last 8 years through these councils and the combined efforts of all the primarily parents, but not just parents who have served on those committees. And this group, and then the ones on the next slide too, which are the in-house kind of committees, have made a tremendous difference in understanding climate, in keeping up with how people feel about what is going on. And Ms. Thompson wanted to draw attention to that
Well, thank you.
aspect and to say thanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and to Ms. Thompson when she listens to the recording. I appreciate that. Again, this has been very intentional. Technically, these are all advisory councils to the superintendent that inform my assessment of needs, evaluations of programs. This is where the ongoing evaluation of the strategic objectives occurs, and then ultimately offering not only evaluation of what we're doing, but then offering a lot of guidance and reaction to where we might go in the future. I would say that there were a few of these that were in place when I arrived. For example, the Business Advisory Council is required under our federal funding under what was called the Perkins Grant. Not sure, there may be another one in there that we're required. We have a couple that are also statutorily required for exceptional children's services, gifted education, but those are those sort of have their own self-sustaining responsibilities. What I would continue to encourage the board to do and my successor to do is to keep these channels of communication open. It's not just me meeting with these groups. There is, at each one of these, there are multiple senior staff members. I would say that Mr. Batchelor and Ms. Murphy, one or the other or both, are present for probably as many of these, except for Dr. Locklear and Dr. Metcalf probably are in the most, but they are in, one or both of them are in just about every one of these meetings. And so all of these are real essential to the ongoing conversation. And I would tell you that we struggle to get people to participate. We try to get people to come to all the meetings. So we do have a process for identifying participants to make sure that we have a core group that comes with regularity. All the meetings are open to the various constituencies, and so anyone can bring a friend, anyone that finds out can come, but it is always a struggle because there are just so many demands on the time of parents and business leaders and whatnot. So I want to give it just a tip of the hat to everyone who's contributed to a lot of the work that's been done in all these groups over time.
I'd be remiss, and I hate to put a downer on this, but I'd be remiss if I didn't mention it. Part of parent engagement and stakeholder engagement and taxpayer engagement is coming to our meetings. And when we, as a board, lock out people from our meetings and don't have a venue big enough for our meetings, we are foreclosing on a lot of engagement that people want to involve themselves with. I'll just leave it at that. I'm not here to argue
Another
or
topic for
anything
another
like that.
time.
And it may very well be another topic for another time.
Madam Chair, Charlie, I want to thank you for the presentation. I appreciate it. Gave a presentation, gave us the information without reading every single slide, which I thought.
Thank
So
you, Charlie.
I would,
I was just gonna compliment again, just saying, before I was even on the board, I taught Moore County Schools, and the communication that we've had since then has been, I mean, almost like a breath of fresh air. We rarely got a phone call from our superintendent unless it was something very seriously. Now that we have you guys in place, I mean, it's nice to get those calls. Sometimes I'm like, oh no, what happened? But it's normally something like, fill out your military surveys, or it's just a great, kind of like a reminder too, for parents who, like me, are busy and we forget, and, it's just a breath of fresh air, I guess I could say. But, so I wanted to thank you and Dr. Bob as well for hiring them, because we didn't have that before, so.
Even though we had more people in communication.
Exactly, exactly.
Yeah, we got fewer, and we're still amplifying
Right.
that work. And as
Good point.
always, as you said, there's continued work, Mr.
Yeah.
Batchelor. We
Yes.
thank you for that. So
I would like to add, these advisory councils are highly important. I've gotten to go to Parent Advisory Council as well as the Business Advisory Council in my short tenure here, and they're highly informative. And just to see the community engagement and the parent engagement, which is our main point of Domain 4, just to see it work out in person is just phenomenal to see the coordination with those other entities. And it does provide, like the Parent Advisory Council, being able to meet with parents from the other schools and get their views on things. It does help out the superintendent with his decision-making. And I think it's a great way to get that information from those schools and I'm sure that they get it from their own PTA, PTO groups and that sort of thing, so they kind of speak for the schools themselves. So I think it's very important to have these advisory councils.
Another note that comes under this, and you touched on it briefly earlier on one of the slides, is the marketing that is done through this area. And Mr. Levy will agree with me, we are fighting for market share.
We are doing.
And we know that, and one of the best ways to fight is through positive publicity of the many, many good programs that are within our schools. And I certainly appreciate the efforts that come out of your department to highlight those, whether it's from the little one-page insert in the pilot to the things that stream on Facebook to other sometimes ads that we happen to have. A lot of parents just don't know, as Stacy said, you get busy and you don't always pay attention. But I think our enrollment shows that we are not losing market share at this point, that people are still engaged with us and finding us, and we would hope that would continue. But the efforts that come out of your department are what make a difference as well. So that, and Mr. Levy's gonna be on the radio talking only about good things when he goes back on the radio, right? So, you know, we will hope that that continues as well. But we're very proud of the highlights that you're able to provide us.
Right, thank you.
Thank you very
And
much.
we hope to have that annual, hope to have that annual market share report here in another month. I think it's another month. We'll be getting that from the State Department of Administration, data that we'll pull. Thank you, Mr. Batchelor.
Yes,
Thank you
thank
very
you all.
much.
We've got another team right behind him. He's the one-man show today. And so at this time, without further ado, Mr. Barath and friends, Mr. Bowie and Ms. Lovelady and Mr. Cox.
Well, you have a lot
You
of
got a
friends,
huge
John.
team.
That's right.
These are the only friends I have.
Mr. Batchelor had the capability of doing it by himself, but Mr. Barath needs lots of help.
That's the story of my life, sir.
Yeah, and so with this, Madam Chair, we have Domain 5, organizational capacity and efficiency, and obviously you've got two umbrellas. You've got operations and you've got budget and finance. And with that, a couple of faces that you're much more familiar with, and a couple of friends that they have that contribute greatly to the work that they do. So with that, who's taking the lead, Mr. Cox or Mr. Barath? Mr. Barath, all yours.
Well, I do. Thank you, Dr. Grimsey. I will start off the presentation on Domain 5, and we'll hand it to the capable hands of our closer, Andrew Cox, to wrap it up. So just to remind the board and the public, Domain, whoops. There we go. Now to remind everybody. Domain 5 consists of these three objectives that address student enrollment changes through forecasting models and staff-to-student ratios that are to optimize learning. Provide transportation, meals, technology, and facilities that are safe, comfortable, and well-maintained. Renovating and modernizing instructional spaces for optimal student learning. Working with the county commissioners on funding strategies to address the needs of students and staff. Communicating with the schools and the public on budget priorities and forecasting, assessing facilities and equipment to identify needs, and the strategies for each to improve and utilize opportunities to offset costs. As we progress through this update, you will learn how these strategies were addressed in the various areas. I keep forgetting I'm in charge of this. As previously made known to the board, the current school student membership is pretty much at the same level as before the pandemic. The 3 years prior to the 2020-2021 school year saw modest growth each year. Working in conjunction with academics and student support services, we monitor the membership at each school and at each grade level to identify any trends and compare this data to the forecast models developed in collaboration with NC State Operations Research and Educational Laboratory, or known as ORED. This process allows us to confirm the findings of the forecast model, to identify any patterns not accounted for, and to make corrections to the capital plan for addressing student growth. This data informs the Board of Capital Needs across the district and is the basis for planning. The planning process includes the involvement of the county commissioners, as a board would seek to develop a funding strategy that addresses these needs. We have begun analyzing preliminary membership data at the schools for the current school year and compared this data to the previous school years. Early notable observations of the preliminary data indicate that the utilization of capacity at the middle schools ranged from 88% to 120% prior to the board-approved student assignment plan. And this current preliminary data indicates utilization this year for the middle schools to be in the range of 84% to 102%. The data also indicates that only 2 schools are at a significantly high capacity level, and those schools are no shock to anybody, being Pinecrest and Union Pines High School. At this point, I will invite Dr. Dale Bowie, who is our Senior Director for Operations and is working within the Transportation Department, to provide you progress regarding student transportation.
Oh, Madam Chair, board members, Dr. Grimacy, thank you, Mr. Barath. As we look at the student transportation slide, key takeaways are the differences between 1920 and the current school year. If you notice the pre-pandemic year of 1920, student ridership was at 6,576 students.
Let me just clarify, that's 2019, 2020.
Yeah, what I
Not
said.
1920.
2019, 2020.
We always have to remember, Mr. Dennison and Mr. Levy were well into their careers by then.
I won't comment on that, but I'll agree on it.
Well, you know, the crash of 29, very difficult for us.
Oh, goodness. If you notice the pre-pandemic year of 2019, 2020, student ridership was at 6,576 students, and 109 drivers were employed to transport those students. Obviously, both of those numbers dropped during the pandemic year, but if you look at our current numbers, you'll see the student ridership has increased slightly, while the number of available drivers has decreased significantly. Various factors have impacted the reduction in available drivers. Some drivers left during the pandemic and chose not to return when students returned to full-time 5-day learning. Other drivers have not been able to pass the required DOT physical. The state requires bus drivers to pass the physical exam every 3 years. We have and will continue to work to recruit new drivers. Signage has been placed at all school campuses, and there have been pushes on social media. Transportation has worked with the communications department to continue putting out recruiting information to the public. We currently have 9 drivers registered in bus classes this week and next week. Unfortunately, the process from the beginning of the class to actually driving a bus can sometimes take 60 days or more. Prospective drivers have to take the class and then pass the state-created exam. After passing the exam, drivers must be scheduled and pass a road test with the state examiner. Lastly, they must schedule an appointment with DMV to obtain their CDL license. We do have open positions in the transportation department. We're actively interviewing candidates to fill these open positions. The mechanical staff continues to work with Fidelity in ensuring the safe operation of all district buses. Since the beginning of 2018-2019, the department has operated buses at 100% efficiency as measured by the state formula. Their formula factors in student ridership numbers and miles driven to ensure the districts are transporting in the most efficient way possible. Also, our district bus drivers continue to drive to and from school safely. In 2019-2020, district buses had 3 accidents, with 1 being our fault. In 2020-2021, our buses had 2 accidents. Only 1 of those were the fault of the driver. So far this school year, district buses have been involved in 1 accident that was the fault of the driver. The garage staff continues to prioritize the safe operation of buses. Our most recent bus safety inspection from the state was the best rating ever by Moore County Schools. Over the past summer, all regular route buses received upgrades to the onboard camera systems. The new systems record in high definition and provides a much clearer picture of the interior of the bus. Also, 15 of our buses now are equipped with stop arm cameras. These cameras assist with the safe daily operation of the bus fleet as they are able to assist with stop arm violations. I'll now turn the presentation back over to Mr. Brath to discuss capital planning and construction.
Before we move on.
Please.
Go ahead with your question. What I'm wanting to know is, this has been the hot topic all since school opened the first day, and there's been so much dissatisfaction because we just don't have the ability to run the buses we need to run. So what's your general assessment of our current transportation system and the services we're providing?
I really think the staff that we have, they're working really hard to get kids to and from school safely. I think the biggest contributing factor to the struggles that we're having is, as the slide shows, if you look at the top number, if you look at the drivers that we had in 1920, and then if you look at the drivers that we currently have, that is the biggest issue, because that's causing us to get creative in what we're doing. It doesn't allow us to run every single route on time like we would want to do. I think if you compare to some of the other things I'm seeing, I think 84, I feel good at times about that, although we're not at 91. And just to digress, I want to emphasize that the drivers that we have are working their behinds off trying to get kids to and from school safely. But I think, to answer your question, the biggest single most issue that we're facing is the number of drivers that we have when compared to the number of students that we're transporting.
A couple of questions. Number one, what is the telephone number for parents who have a problem with their child's bus, pickup, drop-off, whatever? Who do they call? What's the telephone number?
If it's before or after hours, it would be 947-5481. I know that would be 910. They could still call that number during the regular school days, but if they call the regular switchboard, our switchboard staff will put it back to the garage.
Okay, so they call this 910-947-5481 if their kid all of a sudden has been waiting 30 minutes and isn't picked up, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's a big question. Number two, when they have a complaint, who do they talk to? Is it you, or is it, where do they send the email? Where do they try to?
Yeah, they can
rectify
certainly
the
send it to me. They send it to different staff members, and depending on the level of the complaint, sometimes it does come to me, and
Well,
I'll address it.
what I'm really talking about is I'm talking about a parent who, whatever it is, maybe the bus driver was rude, I don't know.
Right.
Could be whatever. They want to complain something about the buses. Who do they email?
They could certainly send me an email, for sure. Yeah.
Okay, and what is your email?
It's dbowie@ncmcs.org.
It's along those lines, one of the biggest complaints we've heard is that people don't get calls back when they've tried to reach someone, and I know you've been dealing with that. And of course, if 50 parents are trying to call about the same bus, then obviously the phone line gets overwhelmed immediately, and you may not even get through. But efforts are being made to respond to parent
They
calls.
are, and I think along those same lines, here in that in transportation, we're adding two particular folks to assist with just phones and assisting parents, both in the morning and in the afternoon. So that'll help with the fidelity of the responses. And like you said, this morning, just for example, there were 3 people in the dispatch office, and each of them were on the phone, and another line rang. So as soon as one got off, they picked that up. That happens from time to time, but I think adding folks will help with that a great deal.
I have a question, Dale. Do we have some sort of app that the parents work with for the bus schedule? anything like that where they're notified?
Yeah, Mr. Jensen, the app that we use is the one we've used for several years. It's Here Comes the Bus app. And parents like that. Also, our team has worked tirelessly with Kate Fall's team over in Power School to make sure that the transportation program, which is called TIMS, is communicating with the Power School program. And what that allows us to do is to make school messenger calls. And in the last 2 to 3 weeks, we've really started pushing those out more to provide parents with updates.
Thanks.
To their
And, by the way, I know your job is difficult, especially at about 6:45 in the morning. But what is the situation of substitute bus drivers? You know, have a bus driver, he gets sick. Do we have any kind of a pool like that?
Now, really, if you look at the slide, the 84 drivers that we're employing, every one of those drivers are on a regular route. There are some other drivers other folks that have license in the district. A lot of those are coaches or certified staff,
Right.
and they have other obligations and responsibilities. And you know, that's part of what we want to improve, is that pool of sub bus drivers to where a
Right.
school might have a dedicated group of 4. Because I can tell you from experience, even as a sub bus driver, if you go out to a bus route that you've never driven on a dark morning, it's a challenge. You know, so even if you do have a bus driver fill in, you know, it would take them 2 or 3 times to get a grasp of the route. But
Okay,
yeah.
and how would you consider, and I don't want to get into any specific people right now because that's confidential.
Right.
What is the ethos in the mechanics bay of the bus situation? Is it getting better?
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, the mechanical side is good. I mean, really with, as I mentioned, there's an annual inspection performed by the state, and that evaluates the preventative maintenance that has to be done every 30 days on the bus, as well as the inspections that have to be done on the buses.
I'm actually
Yeah.
talking about I'm talking about our valuable mechanics and their job satisfaction. Maybe that's something I should push to HR. I don't know, but
No, it's appropriate.
you know, I just want to know, are they happy with their job? Are we having any problem retaining mechanics? That sort of a thing.
No, I think the satisfaction level is good. We're 1 mechanic away from being fully staffed. We've got a new mechanic coming on board next week that's coming on board with experience, which is a plus. But I think they're satisfied. I mean, just the conversations that I have one-to-one with them, the meetings I have with the garage supervisor, I mean, I get no indication there's any dissatisfaction now, but of course, that's always something we want to stay on top of, because you can't replace experienced folks in the garage.
Has there, and that's not been a problem, during the year?
No, sir, not that I'm aware of.
Okay. One last question, and maybe that goes to the both of you. Cameras on the buses, how are we doing on that?
Good. Like I mentioned, the camera upgrades compared to what we were utilizing previously, the resolution is a lot better, the clarity is a lot better. There's a front position camera, a middle, and one in the back.
What percentage of our buses have cameras? Or
All the full route buses have cameras. The sub buses don't, but fortunately, they're not on the road very often, so.
Okay, so the vast amount of our buses have.
They
have
do,
that.
yes, sir.
And also, and I'm sorry to press this, but I've gotten a lot of inquiries. What is, if there is a disruption on the bus and the bus is in motion, what is the protocol for the bus driver?
The priority is to make sure all the students are safe. Student safety is always the top priority, and I think it would depend on the situation at hand as to what the bus driver expectation would be. You know, depending on the severity, at times the driver may stop the bus, check students, and then if necessary, return to the school. If they determine that whatever's going on is not a serious enough incident to return to school, then they'll proceed with the bus route.
And I want to tell you, you have certainly one of the harder jobs in the school system, and so I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Did you have something?
Yeah, I have two. One, Dale, I'll go with you first. Are bus drivers allowed to intervene if there is a fight on the bus, or are they not allowed to intervene?
I mean, I think that's a slippery slope, Board Member Caldwell. I mean, I think it's akin to a teacher. You know, again, I think that would be situational. I mean, I think the thought that should always be in a driver's mind is keeping the students safe, but at the same time, not putting themselves in a situation that could potentially endanger their health and safety. So I think that would be situational. I really do. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And what would be, more specifically, what would be the training? What are bus drivers instructed to do in the event of any kind of altercation?
I mean, if there's any, well, I mean, any type of altercation that would take place on the bus, if
Just
the
what
bus
are they
was moving
instructed?
down the road,
Yeah.
they would be instructed to pull over the first available safe spot that they could find, and then address the situation that was going on the bus. And again, it would be situational, but as soon as practical, notify the bus garage. And then from there, depending on what the situation is, they would take appropriate steps to resolve or take care of the situation or to provide whatever assistance would be needed.
To the extent that the driver can intervene and get the altercation under, after they pull the bus off safely to ensure the safety of all the students on the bus, then they intervene, and the degree to which the students cooperate or not cooperate with the bus driver determines how quickly they call A, the administration, or B, the Moore County Schools Police.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
I just want us to be very distinct.
I mean,
Let's
and-
not beat around the bush, get right to the
Right.
point here. Let's just talk about reality and just say, this is how it works, so.
I mean, an example would be, I think, Dr. Grimace, if you had a second and a fourth grader get in a spat, you could easily separate them, possibly put one in the front, one in the back, address it, continue with your route, notify the school can notify, you know, the families, the parents, so they could take appropriate action on the school level. Whereas if you had a more serious altercation involving high school students, your approach could be totally different than that. So, yeah, I mean, again, I think.
And if
that's
they
a good
seek
point.
assistance, even from law enforcement, we have good relationships with our town police and our county sheriff's office. So if the response time is quicker for any one of them, then while en route, a Moore County Schools police officer can seek assistance that might get there quicker. So that's what I'm trying to get at. We know these protocols, we know the steps, and it's okay to say that. You know,
Absolutely,
it's-
sure.
it's-
Yeah,
That's
you-
how that works. If I could, Madam Chair, the presentation that Mr. Bowie offered was under the progress slide. If you look back at the continued work slide, you'll see that we revisit restructure transportation department organization and responsibility. So as long as we got Mr. Bowie on the hot seat here, let's just go ahead and finish the job here so he can check that one off later. Restructure transportation department organization responsibilities. Gentlemen, as long as we've gone this deep with the continued work that's necessary, let's go ahead and finish. What else would you have said on that third bullet on slide 122 that you haven't said already? Anything to add? Because I got a thing or two I'll add if you don't say it.
Yes.
John, can you put it on 122?
Yeah, can we just switch to 122, and then we'll come back to 117?
If you want to, or we could wrap it up.
No, just transportation. Let's go ahead and just finish, because obviously all four, this is the first time all day that we had 4 board members all jump in at the same time, okay? And these have been good questions, and I want to compliment board members. These are the questions that parents want them to ask, and so we own this. Go ahead, Mr. Bowie, and Mr. Brath. Anything more on bullet 3 there?
The desire here is that we need to take a fresh approach to the operations within the department. There's a lot that Dr. Bowie has explained that goes on, from responsibility and oversight of mechanical related elements and items, the responsibility to report to the state, not just on funding, but also on equipment and parts that are used. And on the other side of the house, we have the driver management, as well as the development of routes and responsiveness to changes to those routes that do occur throughout the school year. And so part of our approach now is to take a look at that and try to see how can we structure the department to potentially have success in two parts, one being potentially an oversight responsibility for the mechanical aspects of the operation, for the safe operation of buses, maintaining preventive maintenance, everything related, state inspections, monthly inspections, et cetera. And then on the other side, the route development and drivers and managing those aspects and kind of creating a department with recognizing there are two unique responsibilities which may need two unique approaches to manage and oversee those. The other one is, this goes on to years, I want to say 3 years ago, it might have been, for some reason, blank on it. We had a consultant come in to do an analysis and deep dive into the department to look at operating procedures, routing solutions and approaches, and look at the opportunities where we can improve and build upon the department. Many of those elements and items had been put into place, but we found that along the way we did have some opportunities to do better. And so we want to take a fresh look at that and go back and revisit that side of it and look at what the appropriate improvements would need to be in those areas.
Okay. Mr. Bowie, anything to add there? And then I'll add a little bit.
I don't think so.
Okay. Thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate that. On this topic of continued work, I didn't realize this today, and I didn't realize this when we set this up, but with me leaving, I feel much more free to give some advice today. But I want to add that I'm glad Mr. Barath has made two references that are worthy of amplification. One is the consultant that came in and offered what I thought was a very good blueprint for improvement in the transportation department. And it was that led to the, at about that same time, we had a vacancy in our Office of Planning and Construction where we had some duplication. We had a person with architectural background, and it was duplicating Mr. Barath's background. So when we went to fill that position, we felt that Mr. Barath was more than capable of overseeing construction if we had somebody who could then oversee operations. And so that's when we, rather than hire another person with architectural background, we hired somebody with a school administration background to oversee operations, and that's where Mr. Bowie moved in. We made some good steps there. This year, I have to say, and I own this, one of the things the other thing that Mr. Barath mentioned that relates to this is that we did not have good fidelity in our two primary school data systems. PowerSchool, which is the most accurate one that relates to grades and the things for which we have to be absolutely accurate on, and the TIMS transportation system. TIMS did not, we did not have fidelity in the students in TIMS. The information that TIMS had was more limited than what we had in PowerSchool. That created more than the usual misses when we brought all the children back to school this fall. There was a higher level of misses in the bus rider lists than we have had in recent years. That occurred, we really didn't know that until the first couple of days of school. And so when Mr. Barath made reference to improvements in the interaction between TIMS and PowerSchool, that is already a step toward improvement for a better start to school for next year. And we're very pleased with the new TIMS administrator we have. We actually had her train on PowerSchool first so that she could fully understand the need for integration between the two systems, and we're off to a very good start with that. Unfortunately, we now have a vacancy in our Director of Transportation position, but we're looking at different approaches, fresh approaches, and that's where part of this alignment goes, because we had a series of resignations just as we were starting school this year. We got shorthanded. It not only aggravated our bus shortage situation, but it aggravated our communications capability and our customer relations. Other employees tried to help fill the void, But we own the fact that we could have done better with routing this year, and we own the fact that we could have done a better job of communication. And unfortunately, with the employment situation, it is hard for us to remedy that quickly. We can't just put out a help wanted sign and have these positions filled as quickly with capable people that we'd like to have. So I think it's fair for us to be very candid about this and to own these issues, and that's why you have a strategic plan. We've done postmortems on the beginning of school this year. I think all of us agree that we need to do better in the future, and that's with or without Dr. Bob. I mean, we've got to get that done next year, and we want to assure the board, our parents, and the public that we're committed to doing that. Gentlemen, please correct me if I'm off base there.
No, I believe you summarized it accurately.
Yes, okay.
I just had one more, and it was just for you, Ms. Barath. I just wanted to say, it goes to show that the students that left due to COVID or what have you, they've come back because of the numbers that you have shown, plus some. It looks like we have 400 more that have come back. Not for student bussers, but for students in general. So, and that's a great sign. That's a great sign that they're coming back to public school.
If I could, I left out one important point that Mr. Bowie mentioned earlier that deserves revalidation. And I think Mr. Levy alluded to this as well. The employees that have hung in there, as difficult as it's been, we owe them the deepest debt of gratitude. Okay, they are heroes, and yes, there has been some stressful times, and I don't mind saying the garage is one of those places. Stressful times, though, don't necessarily reflect poorly on the people. That just means they're in a stressful situation, and sometimes we just need to be patient and persistent to work through that. And I have confidence in our garage staff that they're already doing that. But in the meantime, I can't say enough about every one of our transportation employees, those that have stuck with us through this difficult time. I think really deserve our gratitude for what they've done. And I have confidence they'll get this ship righted.
Thank you, Dr. Grimsey.
Well, let's move on.
Yes.
Very well. Yes, capital planning. So, nothing foreign or new to the board. But as I mentioned previously, we're in the final year of the multi-year implementation of the district-wide student assignment plan. The board has accomplished many capital improvements and new construction projects over the past few years. The August recent opening of the new Pinehurst Elementary School fulfilled that final commitment to 5 of the master facility plan school construction projects that were approved by the school board, the county commissioners, and the Moore County voters in 2017 and in 2018. As a reminder, these projects included the new McDeeds Creek, Aberdeen, Southern Pines, and Pinehurst Elementary Schools, and the addition at Northmore High School. Earlier this year, after seeking community feedback, the board approved a plan for sustainable improvements at existing schools and a priority of projects. These projects were funded through annual local capital outlay by the county commissioners, funding by the North Carolina Lottery, and funds projected to be received through disposal of surplus properties. With the allocation of the elementary and secondary emergency relief funds, known as ESSER, the board approved a revised plan for the improvements at existing schools and expanded the list of projects to complete. Discussions with the county commissioners regarding any potential available funding for capital needs at the schools resulted with the county making the construction bond premiums available to address some needs. The board will vote next Monday on a plan to request these funds and begin modernization of gymnasiums at 3 schools. The Carthage Town Council has initiated a formal process by which to advocate for modernization or replacement of Carthage Elementary School. You'll recall that at the request, Dr. Grimsey and I have offered presentations and participated in discussions with the Town of Carthage School Planning Committee, and also liaisons from the Town Council, their staff, and planning committees, the school board, and the county commissioners These happened on May 7th and June 29th. And recently, the town officials asked Dr. Grimacy and me to present the information during a special town council meeting at 6:30 p.m. on November 9th. This meeting will be held in the County Commissioners' meeting room in the historic courthouse. With that as a wrap-up to the improvements for planning and construction and the capital projects, I will now introduce Jan Lovelady. She is our Director for Child Nutrition, and she will provide you an update for the Child Nutrition Department.
Thank you, Mr. Barath. Good afternoon to everyone. It's my pleasure to be here today. Oh.
You need to speak directly into
You gotta pull it right up to your mouth, Janet.
Gotcha. It's my pleasure to be here today to talk to you about our Child Nutrition Department. I'm going to start first with the meal distribution and preparation during the pandemic. In March of 2020 through the start of the school year in August of 2020, we worked in collaboration with the Boys and Girls Club, and meal distribution for children in Moore County began within 3 days of school closures. Initially, meals were prepared at Southern Middle School and later expanded to an additional prep site at Elise Middle School. Meals were distributed at several school sites and the Boys and Girls Club. We later added bus distribution to several communities, and with the assistance of the Boys and Girls Club volunteers, were able to provide some home delivery where families did not have transportation. Each meal pack included 1 complete breakfast and 1 complete lunch. We served 136,584 breakfast-lunch combination meals during this time. At the end of the scheduled 2019-2020 school year, meal distribution continued throughout the summer until Friday, August 14th of 2020, when we were preparing to start the new school year on Monday, August 17th. In 2020-2021, we began the traditional school year with a mixture of 100% virtual learning students and Plan B hybrid learning students. This required us to shift to a mixture of in-person and curbside meal distribution. On days that the students were scheduled for off-site learning, parents were able to pick up a breakfast-lunch combination meal at a curbside location at a school. Beginning in January of 2021, many students moved to Plan A, in-person learning, and as each school transitioned to more in-person learning, the number of schools offering curbside meals were reduced accordingly. The total meals served during this time were 258,395 breakfast meals. 69% of these were served during the second semester, and 518,919 lunch meals, 70% of which were served during the second semester. This was as more students transitioned to Plan A. In the summer of 2021, we worked with 2 different programs. The Power Up Academy was available to students at 13 school sites throughout Moore County. Meals were available to all students in attendance. We served 14,012 breakfast meals and 29,695 lunch meals. We also collaborated with the Boys and Girls Club over the summer. The cafeteria staff at Pinecrest High School prepared meals to be picked up and served at their summer program, which ran from June 14th to August 13th. The total meals provided for this program were 1,481 breakfast meals and 2,788 lunch meals. We then moved into the 2021-2022 school year, and thankfully we're back to mostly in-person learning. With the USDA waivers, we were able to continue to serve meals to all students free of charge, and we've had increases in breakfast and lunch participation, but particularly breakfast. Breakfast participation has increased 51% when compared to the same period in 2019-2020 pre-COVID. Lunch participation has increased 8% when compared to that same time period. Participation continues to increase each week or month, despite the many menu changes that we have had to make due to food and supply shortages. The average daily number of lunches served in September was approximately 5,700, and in the first 3 weeks of October, we grew to an average over 6,400 a day. I'll move on now to student meal debt. We did show an increase in the student meal debt for the 2019-2020 school year. In 2017-18, we were at 21,149. We decreased in 2018-2019 to $14,606, but we increased in 2019-2020 to $31,093. The main reason for this is that we closed schools down in March. It's not unusual for student meal debt to peak in March or April of each school year. The bulk of this debt is typically collected in May and June. However, due to the pandemic, efforts to continue collection of meal debt were discontinued in March. Due to waivers from March of 2020 to June of 2022, we are not currently incurring any additional student meal debt. We'll move on to review of the school menu offerings with student input. COVID has limited the options that we have for tasting food and giving direct feedback to our manufacturers. We've been unable to have food shows, which are where the bulk of our interaction occurs. However, we're working with the alternatives that we have. We've been attending virtual meetings with a variety of vendors and distributors and requesting samples sent directly to our warehouse for evaluation. And we're also involved in the yearly NC Procurement Alliance, which requires each district to do annual student taste testing of products that have been presented to add to future bids. For the 2020-2021 school year, these were done at the Community Learning Center due to our inability to go out freely into other schools and the lack of students at many of the schools. That year, we tested a sliced ham product and a spicy French fry. The ham product got mixed reviews, but the French fry was a big hit with both students and staff. For the 2021-2022 school year, we were assigned 2 breakfast items, a waffle and a pancake, and a garlic breadstick. The students and staff at the Community Learning Center and Union Pines High took part in those testings, and the results were submitted this week to the NCPA. The pancake was the biggest hit of all of them. I'll move on to our professional development. We were required to shift a lot of our professional development to virtual venues. We were able to locate online options for some of the critical training needed for our staff. Other needed training was made available to staff through Vector Training or Safe Schools, and in-service modules developed in the Child Nutrition Office. This allowed staff to maintain certifications and accomplish their annual professional development requirements. And finally, we'll move on to the big thing, our financial statements. School year 2018-2019 was our last normal year before the pandemic. We showed a net gain of $290,613. In years that we have significant gains, if our net cash resource balance is higher than 3 months operating balance, the additional funds are typically put toward new equipment and or replacement of aging or failing equipment. In 2019-2020, we also saw a gain. This time of $258,116. This was a fortunate gain. We did not necessarily expect this because of the pandemic, but in March of 2020, due to health concerns or childcare issues, many of our staff chose to go out on the leave that was provided. This reduced our labor costs substantially, but fortunately provided sufficient staff to continue the curbside meal distribution. We were also able to reduce our food and supply costs during this time by judicious use of our USDA commodities and the movement of food and supplies at the closed school locations to the schools that were preparing meals. In 2020-2021, in spite of lower participation, in order to provide the hybrid style of meal service, we still required a full staff at all schools in order to make that happen. Due to the low participation, high labor costs, and the additional foods and supplies needed for the summer programs, we showed a net loss of $46,162. Programs such as the Boys and Girls Club and Power Up Academy were billed $36,326 on July 1st for meals and snacks that were actually consumed in June, and that income covers the bulk of that loss. Fortunately, we've also received funds from the USDA in September to make up for some of our losses due to low participation during the pandemic. We received $448,658 from the Child Nutrition Emergency Operational Cost Reimbursement Program. This will cover not only our 2020-2021 loss, but it will help us to defray the additional costs that we are currently incurring due to cost increases resulting from food and supply shortages. I'll now turn the update back over to Mr. Baraff.
Before you do.
Yes.
Just a comment from my step-granddaughter who's at West Pine. She says the chicken and waffles at lunch are phenomenal. I had already mentioned at an earlier meeting that my kindergarten-age granddaughters, and I have two, came in from daycares. And they just assume you eat breakfast at school. And so they have truly enjoyed, getting out of their rides and picking up their, grab-and-go bag,
Yes.
and heading to their classroom to eat. And I think we're going to have a lot of people who have become very accustomed to their children being able to do this and to possibly get lunch as well. And I certainly hope, and I know the request is going in, that we'll be able to continue it. But again, the chicken and waffles, I understand they run out of that at Farm Life regularly, and it is just really popular. So
Yes, I think it is one of the more popular things. Any kind of breaded chicken or pizza really goes really well.
And pizza and French fries together. What
Yes.
more can you want?
How can you go
Yes.
wrong?
Well, we do have nutritional standards
Yes.
that
Yes.
we do have to meet.
Yes.
And some of us have been around long enough to realize how bad it was before those standards were imposed. Janet or Mr. Cox, can you just give the board just a little bit of a picture of when you say there was a net gain in 18-19, I believe that may have been the first time that we'd experienced a gain in quite some time. Am I remembering that correctly? Before 18-19, and Janet, you just came on board right there about 17-18.
Yes.
Before that, and I'm not being disparaging of the previous director because she was good too, but I think that we got to that net gain right about 17-18, 18-19.
Yeah, it is very possible because we did have some lower years when the new regulations came out for the foods. The manufacturers had not caught up with the new regulations, and our participation drastically dropped, as well as our snack participation. And it's taken a while for us to get that back. That's why these student tastings are so important, and us, trying to be able to try and find these new offerings and things that are popular, but still stay within the requirements. And that is always a delicate balance.
Well, I do want to compliment your leadership because it wasn't just because of those factors coming into line. You and your team, our managers that I have the opportunity to get with a couple times a year, our first-class group, our child nutrition workers do a great job. And it also takes a lot of work. And the idea of taste testing, there are some requirements that we do that, but your team also, before the pandemic came in, were doing some very innovative things. And I remember when I would eat lunch with students, sometimes the principals would engineer it to make sure I was having lunch with kids that had been involved with helping to put menus together. It was interesting to see students who wanted me to know about the foods they were having, and they could talk about that, and they initiated that. I didn't bring it up. So I wanted the board just to know that net gains in your child nutrition program aren't something that just happened by chance, and it took some work to get there.
Yeah.
Thank you.
One other thing I wanted to point out, and I shared this really for Mr. Levy, back in March 2020, when you so quickly began to share the drive-through meals, they were distributed regardless of where your child attended school.
Correct.
Whether it was a public school student, a charter school student, a preschooler who was simply at home, you liberally handed out those bags such that no child went hungry.
Correct. Yes, we were able to, with the waivers, feed any child under the age of 18, which was wonderful for the people of the community that needed that service.
And the bottom line is, that currently this is not costing us, the taxpayers, any money whatsoever. Fully funded by the federal government and the state government, correct?
It's fully funded by the federal
By
government.
the federal government,
Mhm.
yes. That's, I think, very important.
I would also like to take this opportunity to mention how Jan Lovelady and your staff, there's a great challenge out there you may hear in other parts of the country and even in North Carolina on the shortage of some food supplies that would typically be on the menu and other items, and such as serving trays, containers, forks, plastic forks and such. So she and her department monitor that on a daily basis. They're in constant communication with the vendors, try to anticipate any shortages for deliveries that come up that week, and to respond accordingly, because at the same time, as Dr. Grimacy noted, there is a requirement to maintain that balance of nutrition standards that need to be met with the meals. And her department has done a great job to stay on top of that and ahead of that, and she kind of alluded to that in some cases where some products we have to go get and find outside the normal vendor have a slightly higher cost, and she does a great job monitoring that as well against what the reimbursement rates are for it. So her department's done very well throughout this whole process. I want to take this opportunity to recognize everyone over there.
Thank you.
Your permission?
Yes.
Apologies from Mr. Garner, who was going to be here today. He is not well and is at home, so he has asked that I fill in for him. So the maintenance operations supports schools by providing a safe and comfortable learning environment to all staff and students. As you can see on the slide, the department has completed many work order requests over the past 3 years at all schools. Work order requests range from simple things such as a light switch or light in the ceiling is not working, to complicated tasks such as potentially leaking systems or elements that are falling apart. The department takes great pride in the job that they do in making sure that everyone in the department is working to provide a safe, comfortable, and well-maintained building to the staff and the students. With the recent construction of the new McDeeds Creek, Aberdeen, Southern Pines, and Pinehurst elementary schools, the department is finding that they need to spend less time addressing failing systems and other conditions at these schools that are typically encountered at other older facilities. This opportunity provides the department additional time to focus on efforts in the other school facilities. For information, the department is comprised of 10 different disciplines. These are plumbing, electrical, including heating, venting, and air conditioning, integrated pest management, cabinetry, carpentry, locksmith, audiovisual, automotive, area technicians, and painters. Some of these positions are required to have a North Carolina state license for the Moore County schools, which allows staff to be able to pull permits and complete certain projects with in-house staffing. The maintenance department strives to maintain a safe working environment for all employees. All the department staff participate in safety training offered by the district insurer in the Safe Schools training modules. Over the past 3 years, the department has had only 4 claims, and this is an indicator of the success of the safety training. The department is also responsible to maintain records of asbestos in facilities, conduct periodic surveillance of the schools, and have a team trained on the removal of asbestos materials, along with reporting to the Department of Health and Human Services. And these activities are carried out annually. The other area of responsibility is the Energy Conservation Program. You recall that this program began in January of 2016. It developed a base year of utility consumption for future years to be measured against. So the entire year of January through December 2016 became the base. The first comparable year indicated success with a cost avoidance of $234,344. A cost avoidance is defined as the money that we did not have to spend due to less utility consumption. This includes the savings derived from using less energy at the schools and the offsetting of the rate increase for those utilities. Had we not implemented an energy conservation program in 2017, we would have spent an additional $234,344 for utilities at that time than what we did. The continued diligence of the energy manager monitoring the building mechanical control systems at the schools, working with school staff on how they can help save energy, performing on-site audits at schools not only when they are in use, but also in the evenings and weekends to learn any opportunities to reduce utility consumption, and the additional training on how to better manage utilities have resulted in these continual savings. These savings support the salary for the energy manager. They supported the fee for the previous consultant for establishing the program. The energy management software assisted with offsetting costs in other departments and provide additional operating funds for repair at schools. The program has been successfully reducing the amount of utilities consumed, and we began to observe the normalizing of the cost avoidance when the pandemic changed school operation in March of 2020. The large increase you see in adjusted cost savings for the January through December of 2020 timeline is a result of shutting all schools down in the middle of March 2020 when the issuance of the remote learning order was issued, and not operating anything at the schools until mid-August. During this time frame, we experienced tremendous elimination of utilities and only ran the schools at the minimum levels to prevent any building issues from developing. Needless to say, we do not expect to see this number again moving forward, or for this current year. Now, a full report of the cost avoidance summary for the current year will be presented to the board in the spring once all utilities have been invoiced and accounted for within the system. With that, I will now turn it over to Andrew Cox, who will provide you with the updates on the budget and finance.
Just see, any questions, board
Oh,
members?
sorry.
Anything so far?
I guess opening new schools that are more energy efficient is helping these numbers as well.
Yes, it will.
Yeah, that
Because
was
when
the
you compare
intention.
the new Aberdeen against the baseline Aberdeen,
Yes, it's dramatic. It's very dramatic. Thank you, guys, very much. Mr. Cox?
Thank you, Dr. Grimsey, Madam Chair, and board members. My information is not as exciting as any of the others that you've heard today, but nevertheless, we'll talk about some progress that we've made in the strategic plan around budget and finance. During fiscal year 2022 budget development process, we reestablished the Superintendent's Budget Committee to get advice and advisement on how to plan for the budget for fiscal year 22, and we plan to continue that into the fiscal year 2023 budget process. As you know, the board held meetings with the county commissioners or representatives of the county commissioners to advocate for the possibility of reestablishing a funding formula for Moore County schools. Unfortunately, at this time, a funding formula was not put into place for fiscal year 22. So hopefully there'll be some continued advocacy for working towards a funding formula to help establish a consistent revenue stream for Moore County schools as we develop budgets each year. Although not required in law each year when the superintendent's recommended budget is presented, we do hold a public hearing on the budget during the regular business meeting following the work session where that budget is presented. And we took that a step further this year. We implemented a web portal to gather public feedback on the budget, so they didn't have to come to the public hearing. Since we were in the pandemic, some people may not would have wanted to come for safety reasons or health reasons, not necessarily safety, but for precautionary reasons around their health. So we implemented that web portal to gain public feedback on the superintendent's recommended budget there. We also provide budget updates to the board at least quarterly, and a lot of this you've heard previously. Especially, we talked about a lot of this during our line-by-line budget meeting, and that's the next thing there. We held our first ever line-by-line budget review a couple weeks ago to get a more in-depth look at the budget. I know Dr. Alpenfels mentioned that we implemented the classified salary scale this year. And we annually have that external audit that's done to make sure that we are in compliance with state and federal regulations and how we spend the money that is budgeted in the district. Some additional items that we do pertaining to fiscal management. We make sure that we review and ensure appropriate budget management with budget managers monthly. We meet with them monthly, go over their budgets. If any adjustments are necessary, there are items that they don't feel like they're going to need, and another department needs that money, we'll initiate transfers. So it's a constant look at where we are on a budget on a monthly basis. As part of the budget development process and as well as budget management process, we gather the internal feedback. We get budget requests from those departments to help us establish that budget going forward that's recommended. In fiscal year 22-23, we'll be implementing a zero-based budgeting. We've taken steps toward that, and we've done a little bit of that in prior years, but not I guess a full faith effort maybe is the word I'll use. But our intent is to implement a zero-based budgeting for the 2022-2023 school year. And then also part of the strategic plan, it talks about us pursuing grant funding opportunities when available. And we do that. Just a couple examples that we have there is the COPS grant, which is a community-oriented policing service, which is part of the U.S. Department of Justice, received, I believe it was a $475,000 grant for security, and how we utilize that money. The majority of that money went to replacing security cameras at our schools and even here at the central office, and that was through the work of Mr. Eklund over there and the IT team, securing that and getting the cameras and everything installed there. Another grant we have is a partnership with Children and Families where we receive up to $120,000 each year for our pre-K program. And then just another example of a grant, if we want to call this a grant, through the E-rate program, had some emergency funding available where we have applied for. We haven't received notification at this point, but we've applied for some funding there that would offset or allow us to have additional hotspots for internet access for students that may not have that at this point. And hopefully we will hear that we have secured that funding. But that's just another example of grant funding opportunities that we may pursue. So some continued work that we have in the Domain 5 for operations and finance. We continue to monitor student growth and school capacities and make adjustments and refine what we need to there related to student growth and student capacities in our district. Continue refining and update the master's facility plan. You know, I know Mr. Brath has done a lot of work on that, and he updated some of the projects that have been completed recently. And there's some additional work on that, so we'll continue to update that and refine that as we go forward as projects are able to be completed. We've already addressed the restructuring of the transportation department, so I won't go into any of that. And I know Chair Carter talked about the free meals for all. We talked about that during the line-by-line budgeting. Hopefully we'll be able to advocate and continue the meal waiver to provide free meals to all students in the district. I know that has been a great benefit to many families in the district, and it's also been kind of a burden off Miss Lovelady over there, as everybody gets free meals and I have to worry about accounting for who is in what category there. Some continued work that we need to do. We need to look at funding strategies for capital needs following the 22-23 year. You know, we've got some ESSER funding where we're using that to complete some capital projects. So we need to look at how we're going to continue funding the projects that we still have that we won't be able to get to through our ESSER funding and other sources of funding that may be available.
Mr. Cox, remind the board, by what date or by what month does our ESSER funds have to be expended?
So September 30th, 2024 4 is the ESSER 3. September 30th, 23 is our ESSER 2. And then September 30th, 22 is our ESSER 1 funding. Kind of went in reverse order, but those are the deadlines for those 3 programs. As I mentioned on advocating for a funding formula for county commissioners, that's continued work that I hope the board will take up. You know, I know we talked about developing that formula during the superintendent's budget committee work, and hopefully we'll be able to do that and continue to come up with some formula recommendations and have the board work with the county commissioners to produce or come up with a funding formula that will help both the county and Moore County schools as well. Not only continue work to sustain classified employee pay scale and the step scale, sustain, in addition to that, sustain the same level of service that we have now. We need to work to continue to sustain that, not just the classified employee scale. We don't want to take a step back in providing the services that we continue to provide, you know, today. And then we've talked about ESSER a little bit, but continued execution of the over $25 million in COVID-19 funds that we've received, primarily through ESSER 1, ESSER 2, and ESSER 3, and implementation there that the board has approved that plan, especially for ESSER 2 and ESSER 3 back in May. So that's the continued work that we look toward for Domain 5 and strategic plan. I'm happy to take any questions at this time. If there are no questions, I'll turn it over to Dr. Locklear to wrap up.
Just one thing. I believe it was the consensus of the board that if we have one project that we want to make sure that we try to do in the future, it is to try to get the same number of teacher-student ratio in grades 4 and 5 that we have in grades 1 through 3, and to try to get some money out of the county commissioners to do that. I think we had talked about that, I believe.
Yeah, certainly, and certainly I think you have everybody on the same page in terms of the direction you want to go. Remember, you've got a different pupil-teacher ratio in grade 3 than you do from grade 1. So you'd want to settle on what you think is your desirable goal for grades 4 and 5 relative to grade 3. But those are technicalities that you can come back to later.
Right. The whole idea is that the state has a lower mandated level for grades 1 through 3 as opposed to grades 4 through 5. And we'd like to get 4 through 5 down close to 1 through 3.
That's correct.
That's maybe a better way to put it.
Yeah, or just getting the state to fund its own ratios, you know.
Well, that would be nice too. But you know something, you know, as I said before, our students are not getting any younger. So sometimes we just can't wait for the state. And sometimes we have to go up before our county commissioners and say, hey, you know, housing prices are going up. You're getting a higher per mill, you know. It's time to give a little bit to the kids.
All right, so any wrap-up questions for Dr. Locklear or any of our last domain here?
Thank you.
Just a couple wrap-up comments from me, Chair Carter. That, you know, as noted, we kind of end where we began this morning. As district leaders, we'll continue to integrate the strategic plan, domains, objectives, and strategies, and development of our own goals, our own strategies within our departments, and we call those leadership priorities. And we'll continue to work with our schools to have the direction of our strategic plan integrated into their plans and their work. And then, of course, we brought these progress to you today, and we'll be working into the winter and spring into the process of potential revisions to the strategic plan for your final approval as we move forward.
All right. I think that moves us on then to board comments. If anyone has anything they'd like to add.
I'm going to give you a gift today. I'm going to waive it.
All right, Mr. Levy is finished. Mr. Dennison or Ms. Caldwell?
Well, I'd just like to thank all the presenters and their staff.
Yes, indeed.
Yes, yes.
And Madam Chairman, on behalf of the staff, I want to thank the board today. I don't mind saying we had a little bit of fear and trepidation because we, as I said coming in, we spent a lot of time thinking about some of the sensitivity associated with the diverse views of board members. We wanted to provide a presentation today that was neutral enough that, and to try to be aware of the perspectives of board members. We tried to look at good customer service. And I had seen the PowerPoint, but I really had never been part of a rehearsal. But I want to compliment the staff today. They wanted to provide the information the board needed for reviewing its strategic objectives, but do so in a way that respected all of the views of board members and try to contribute in any way we can to as much consensus as possible in that environment, because ultimately you all have the best of intentions, and the outcome of that is to the benefit of our children. And so we want to thank you all. I think you've done a very good job today of recognizing the limitations of the day. It wasn't intended to resolve everything, it was just to get the process started. And I want to thank you for the manner by which you've received the staff today, and I think it's going to go a long way to building their confidence going forward. Thank you.
I remain impressed with the people we have doing the work. So thank you very much. And I hope that Mr. Holmes and Mr. Hensley and Ms. Thompson will have an opportunity to view the remainder of the video such that they can see your presentations, because you provided us with far more information than was actually included on the slides, and we do appreciate that. Well, at this time then,
Move the meeting be adjourned.
Second. Either way.
motion by Mr. Dennison, second by Mr. Levy. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, the meeting stands adjourned.